announce to a bunch of people that I'm playing Titanfall 3.
Yeah, well, yeah, it does say that if you check the stream announcements. Let's see if it actually
Yep.
carries over all my tags correctly, because for me it just shows IRL and creative when I actually added a bunch more, which is kind of annoying.
Linux is a tag now, by the way.
Yes, it is, and software and game development is a category now, so you don't have to do it in science and technology anymore.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's actually great.
Eben Yeager's here already.
Desktop and software development. Excellent.
Let me know what the audio is like as well, Eben Yeager. Like, is the music too low or anything like that? And also, I'm gonna be using voice activation. Oh, actually, I don't even know why this is exactly what I was trying to avoid, is talking to Discord at the same time. Hold on. And there. So that way I don't actually have to talk. Okay, good.
Right, my screen is up for go live. Quickly say hello to everyone, but we are in this the get organized stages.
Yeah.
So it's all a couple of minutes.
It's almost as if that, well, this crew particularly has never streamed before. I don't think Sarah, have you and I ever streamed before? I don't think we have.
No, we haven't.
I think I've been in one of your streams giving you crap about Budgie stuff while you've been working on it, but
yes, you have shown up in quite a few. In fact, when I was streaming games and occasionally programming.
And welcome, Brave.
Okay, now we've got the waiting screen up.
Nice. But in terms of streaming with the old Ike, it's been since, I want to say, I don't think we did a stream in 2018, early 2018. So it's probably 2017. So, whoa, long time ago. Oh, man.
Yeah, apparently a whole bunch of stuff
Thank you for
happened,
following
and
me,
we didn't talk, and now we do. So,
I don't know what that was about.
I don't know, like water under the bridge, and we don't know where the bridge is. So I'll be on in about, say, 4 minutes. Whitney goes smoke my brains out because I'm not allowed to do that on the stream. Apparently it's unhealthy or something, but you know, you can take horseworm tablets, and that's okay. So back in a moment.
And let me know when they're talking if it's too loud. I noticed it is peaking.
There's my notification.
Like it was just peaking then. But yeah, let me know, and I could adjust it. So how the audio situation is like they're just going through Discord. Same with my output for the music and all that. Hopefully it's okay, and I'm using voice activation on. Okay, good. Cool. All the audio inputs then should be sorted. I'm using constant voice activity and all that. It shouldn't pick up my keyboard. Yeah, I intended to actually do that. Let me go ahead and get the tisk. There we go. That should be the dealo there. Yeah. Also, ignore that Odyssey stuff. So I'm not going to be uploading to Odyssey anymore.
Oh, it wants me to log into my own. Oh, well, I guess it's probably using a sandbox Twitch embed, so that makes sense. How do I get to the stream manager again? Is it creator dashboard?
Yeah, it is.
There it is. Okay, found it.
And I have access. Apparently my ad starts in 11 minutes, so I'm gonna have to snooze that when that comes up because I have ads manager now, so it's able to manage everything appropriately. I think I might be running it at too much of a frequency, but you know. Hey NHV. Yeah, so
turn off ads.
It's gonna be a very much of a popcorn fest on this stream as well.
Honestly, Twitch ads are just so obnoxious, especially when they stopped uBlock Origin from working and you had to use a custom workaround to get around Twitch ads. That was frustrating. Yep. I mean, you still do, but it's easier now.
So what I'm going to be doing is I'm using my Helidox Corn keyboard.
Oh, my roommate is in my chat.
With Gateron clears. So
Sorry to say, I will not be playing video
my keyboard
games.
shouldn't get picked up. However, I will be typing extremely slowly. All right. And making a lot of mistakes. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and flip my thingamajig. I'm not recording yet locally, so I don't have to worry about any of that. But a transition here, and let me go ahead and. It's been forever since I've streamed, and I've never streamed on Endeavor OS. So if there's issues, I'm gonna conveniently blame that, and not anything of my doing. Can I have like a normal font maybe? Can I have like Roboto? Maybe? Roboto Mono? Roboto Mono. And you could see what my keyboard layout is like. I'll increase this to like something kind of dumb. Like 20. That should do it. Bigger. So this is my keyboard layout. I would almost be tempted to hold it up, but I have a thing on Twitter actually. Twitter. This is what I mean. I could not type.
All right, now that that's over, here I'll mute myself for the stream introduction because I actually don't have push to talk on.
Tisk tisk. He can't hear this. However, I strongly encouraged all streamers to enable push to talk. Ike did, but apparently Cerebit's being a bit of a rebel. Let's see how far back this is. Here it is. So this is my keyboard, right? So this is my mouse that the wife got me as a birthday present. Push to talk or toggle to mute. Yeah. So this is my keyb. And in comparison, this is my old keyboard. I very regularly have it with me. So this is a Vortex RGB, 60%. And it's using the normal QWERTY layout, whereas this isn't. This is using Colmac DH. So it goes like QWFPB, JKLUY, and all that kind of stuff. And I have all these different layers. So what I could do is I could press like my left thumb, which is this button here, and it'll toggle this layer. And then I have all of my keyboards and stuff. It's showing on. It's a Korn Classic. I could probably link it from. I got it from MechBoards, but do keep in mind that if I could type MechBoards. MechBoards. This is what I mean. So it's gonna be pretty miserable. I soldered all of it. Nope, not even. Well, the thing is, given it's gonna be completely custom, well, it was completely custom. So bear in mind the kit that I got is not the pre-solder version. So I did actually solder it. Double echo? No, definitely not. Like I don't have any work where that would be picked up, but this is where I got it. And it got shipped to the UK. So, I mean, this is pretty inexpensive given it's the board. So, yeah, it's not hot swap either, but I'm using Gateron clear switches and so on and so forth. So, also, I didn't have time to update my setup page. So do bear in mind that some of it is not going to contain accurate information. I was working on that before the stream. But anyways, I just wanted to preface all of that because, you know, my typing is going to be quite slow today. We're talking like, maybe I'll peak at 16 words per minute. We'll see. Compared to the almost 100 that I regularly get on my old keyboard. So it hurts. it really hurts to use it, but I also enjoy it. I could go ahead and nuke this. That's old content. So because they're doing their own thing in introduction, I'll go ahead and do mine. It's going to be duplicate information because I'm sure we'll talk about it on the stream anyways, but they're taking their sweet time, I guess, smoking cigarettes or whatever they're doing. So for me, what I'm going to be working on today is I'm going to be working on a mockup. This is going to be happening in Figma. And so for those that don't know, Figma is just a UI vector design mockup prototyping tool, like web tool. So
Sorry guys, you still there?
no, I'm not here anymore. In fact, I left. And
Yeah, I'm going. I jumped ship.
Yep.
I'm trying to get my.
I mean, we kind of did literally, but you know.
Well, I promised a day hacks, and there's about 4 minutes of daylight left, so you know, at least we keep them trading standards. Yeah.
I'm currently trying to sort. Oh, OBS is still. Yeah, right. So fun thing. For some reason, OBS really doesn't like my webcam, so it just occasionally decides that it doesn't want to show anything, despite recognizing it, and despite the fact that my webcam light is green. So whenever I do that, or whenever that happens, I have to restart the stream and then.
Well, that sucks.
There it is. Okay, now I can start the stream again. Perfect.
Well, you know, as a reminder to people, we are not professional streamers. We're just people that code that happen to also stream when we're coding or doing whatever. So,
Yep.
We're not even professional.
this is
even
true
close, right?
technically. None of us have diplomas or anything of that sort, as far as I'm aware. Especially in media production.
Do parking tickets count?
Yes.
Hey, Cyber.
I guess we give everyone a few minutes to join. There's a couple of people now I see on the YouTube chat, so
Yeah, I've been chit-chatting with people on Twitch. Somehow, apparently... I'm still getting used to the dual switching to, like, talking on Discord and all that. And, oh, wow, somebody else joined. Let me make sure.
Stefan wants the multi-stream link. I shall leave that to you. Howdy to the people on the chat.
I should turn off my light in the background.
Somehow I added a parentheses there when
That's better.
or a percentage symbol when I was updating stuff. Oh well.
I'll mute again.
Right, so yeah, I'm going to be using Figma to do the mock-up for the website. There's a whole lot. I mean, let's be honest, Budgie isn't that sophisticated of a desktop environment, right? And we're also not like GNOME and KDE, where we have a bunch of applications that ship alongside it. The idea, especially going forward, that I want to have with Budgie in its new organization, Buddy's a Budgie, is that it's treated more as a platform for people and downstreams.
Complaining. Apparently I have a poor connection. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly drop and restart the stream on the other adapter. 2 seconds.
Lost my train of thought. Right, so I want to treat it as a platform for people to build on for downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie to, you know, customize their own version of Budgie like they do now. And of course, I want to approach it from the direction of we're not telling you what applications to ship beyond like a control center and I guess technically Budgie desktop settings. And we encourage you to ship our implementation of desktop view. However, we also support desktop folders and all that sort of alternative implementations of desktop icons as both a compile time and a runtime option that a vendor could set. So that's the approach I'm taking it with Budgie, is that it's a platform and not a product. So for that, the idea is mostly the same of just staying out of your way, providing a certain level of functionality and extensibility for people. and moving from there. So yeah. Did it nuke? No. Okay. So what I was going to start doing, you could also bind a key to toggle deafen so you can easily have monologues. This is true.
Ping, 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 Discord people.
Sorry, I was replying to people on my Twitch chat. What's up?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I just had to reconnect my stream there.
Oh,
I was
okay.
getting dropouts.
This is a good start.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's going perfectly fine here.
Cool. I should bind, like, I would, but wait, I could bind it to mouse 5, couldn't I? Or like mouse, no, I could bind it to mouse 3, I could bind it to middle mouse. It's a good idea. Push to talk, I mean. Because I don't want
Apparently
you
I
guys
have
to
an
be
ad running as
constantly
well.
hearing my voice.
There's been no content yet, and I already have an ad running. Sorry, I meant to snooze it. I just didn't click the button in time.
Oh, does that work? You guys can hear
Subscribe, I
me?
guess.
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent.
So maybe we'll officially start now. So...
Well, apparently I've been streaming long enough that it's already running ads on my stream.
No.
That's fun.
So what's everyone doing today?
Well, let me turn on my screen capture. Wow, mouse 2 is very awkward for this. Let me choose a different push to talk button. I'm going to be working on Budgie desktop. I'm going to be trying to get the drop shadow changed to CSS so that the panel can be more easily styled, and possibly also working on Budgie's default theme.
Not quite sure why you're doing that when I'm going to be ripping it apart, but I mean...
Because it looks bad, and I want to make it look less bad. But, like, not different, just less bad.
Okay. I mean, that's obviously up to you to decide if you want to do that or not. Ikey, where are you going to be working on?
Well, apparently I'm going into the next channel because everybody's insulting my original theme work. But apart from that, you know...
Wow.
Actually, no, technically, I'm not sure you did that. I think Tista contributed.
No, I did the original and then it got made good.
Ah, okay.
You can tell because the bits that look nice, I didn't do.
Gotcha.
All the shit-looking stuff, like the drop shadow that went on the edge of the Raven
Epic
panel,
Maker says,
that was
working
all
on more
originally my
notification
fault.
stuff. Nice. Very nice. So I heard you might have an operating system that you work on nowadays. Is that right?
You could ask me on that on any given year, and the answer would be yes.
This is true.
Like I'm always doing something.
You do have a fair point there.
Serpent OS. It's a mythological beast which is introducing itself to reality. I don't know how to describe it because I don't do the whole salesman thing anymore, but basically it's from scratch and designed with the package manager first and foremost, and as opposed to a hidden implementation detail. So that's, it's a different design take. But yeah. That's it.
So where are you going to be working on today with regards to Serpent OS?
One of the things we need to do very, very rapidly to exit the mythological creature stage is not be mythological anymore. Exit vaporware stage. So we've done all the bootstrap. Today is working on the repository management, or remotes as we decided to call them, just to be obtuse.
Gotcha.
So getting that configuration back to repositories working, updating those indexes, that kind of thing, or indices.
Very nice. Yeah, so for me personally, I'm not going to be working on fancy stuff like Cerebit or IKR. What I'm going to, or IKE is, whatever, English. What I'm going to be working on is the Budgie website. So for some context, a lot of what I'm going to be working on today is going to be sort of the design aspect of it, and then start diving into the actual code for it. And we'll see how far we get with that, given my weird split keyboard that I could type at like 12 words per minute on. But I'm going to be using Figma to design and prototype the mockups for the website, or at least some aspects of the website, and we'll kind of invent the rest as we go along. And then I will be using GatsbyJS plus Material UI and all the React bits. I'm sure some of you just vomited in your mouth, but I
certainly did.
But I've actually used it a fair bit. Well, React anyways recently, and it's actually, I hate to say, it's kind of nice to work with, but I don't have any experience with Gatsby, which, for those that don't know, is a static website generator, but it can also do incremental page generation as well as dynamic page generation. So basically what all that means is static is if you already have content locally, you're able to generate the pages way in advance before somebody requests that page. Then you have incremental, which is when somebody requests a page, it gets built dynamically and then returned to them. And then you have the dynamics, which is basically whenever it gets requested, it'll either rebuild it or it'll check, okay, is this in my cache? Is the cache state still valid? If so, return that. And the reason why you would want to use something like Gatsby as opposed to other alternatives is you have more flexibility when it comes to continuous delivery and continuous integration, as well as the fact that it does the static website generation. So it means that content can actually be indexed by search engines, which is kind of important. So I'm going to be working on all that, and we'll see where that takes me. So there might be some whiskey involved also at some point. Right, so Ebenezer asked, did we ever decide...
Someone in your chat asked about the EFL switch.
Yep, I'm replying to all that stuff at the moment.
Excellent. I'll ignore your chat then. I'll let you answer those questions.
Ebenezer says, did we decide on what we want our schema ID to start with? So we're going to stick with the current one for now. However, we do at some point want to implement a migration for that to org buddies a budgie / budgie desktop or budgie WM, that kind of stuff. Sorry, budgie pen or budgie WM. For now, we're going to keep it the same, just to get our footing, not try to break the world. But how fortunate that somebody had created a system for parsing decomp and making changes based on that. It's a shame it never landed in anything else, but because it is my code and it's open source on my GitHub, I could also just reuse it elsewhere, right? So we could use that to implement the transition for that. So NHV says only used next.js when I was doing React. Thank God I don't use React anymore. So that's a good point. The reason why I didn't go with next.js instead of Gatsby is because of the heavy push by the Next.js folks to use Vercel and their cloud deployment stuff and their edge functions and all that kind of crap, which I'm sure has a lot of value for a lot of people, and that's great. However, the way I'm looking at it from my perspective is I want to build it. I want to make the necessary changes and have my continuous delivery basically bundle all that up and then do something over like SSH or rsync or anything of that sort to deploy to like a personal server. So we'll have to figure out all that CI bits down the road, but that's basically how I want it to go. And that's what I was originally going to do with the Souls website, which I won't get into any of that stuff, so don't bother asking. But with the redesign of the Souls website, what I was going to do is have it hook into CI, assuming that would have been okay in terms of infrastructure wise. So going back to the whole Budgie 10 series stuff, what the situation is going to be is, and Budgie 11, is now that I am going to be able to allocate time towards Budgie more because I'm not going to be doing other stuff in the Linux ecosystem, right? What the situation is going to be is that I'm going to have more time, which means we can sort of unlock Budgie 10. So I did actually create a Buddies a Budgie GitHub organization, in case you weren't aware. And in this organization, what I did was, of course, I forked some of the stuff, and I have a sneeze coming on, so I might have to randomly mute, where I have Budgie Desktop, Budgie Desktop View, and Budgie Screensaver. So, and if I go into Budgie Desktop, the README is more or less the same. I cleaned up some of this stuff. Stuff has been moved over to Transifex, so it's no longer using WebLate because WebLate is on the Solus infrastructure. So we had that. I fired up a ton of discussions about, what can we do to Budgie 10 that will improve it over the rest of its life cycle until we feel that Budgie 11 is in a state that we're comfortable with. So we have that. We have other discussion posts, including what Eben Yeager created regarding the refactoring of notification system. We have some stuff here like extending Budgie desktop settings to include GNOME settings. We're not going to be doing that. Instead, what we're going to be doing is we actually forked Budgie. We forked GNOME Control Center, GNOME Control Center 41, into Budgie Control Center, ripped out some of the GNOME specific stuff, and then fortunately, Cerebit and Freedom have been really great at rebranding everything. So that way it could also be co-installed with GNOME Control Center. So this is particularly important. And what we want to do is make sure this gets shipped out alongside Budgie Desktop and everything else for the next release of it. In addition to that, I created a bunch of issues, as you can see here. Some of it is proposals, some of them are actual concrete things that are going to happen, and whether or not I do it or whether or not somebody else does it is entirely up to them. Let me take a sip of water. So what we have here is we have one which is redesigning the internal theme, and I actually have a mock-up that I made, and I will get to the Budgie 11 stuff here in a moment. So there's been some feedback to that, mostly like, hey, here's some refinements to contrast, and somebody actually did that up there. So this is what I initially proposed. It is a more Material UI-like aesthetic. It's not necessarily Material UI, but it does take elements from it. So as you can see, I actually don't have the internal theme, so I can't really show you what the internal theme is like, but it's to the point where we don't even bother showing. So this would be like what it could look like if it was a light theme or dark theme. So we have all that. And you can see here what my train of thought was a little bit for the weather widget in Raven. And you can see here some other thoughts I had, like merging in the user indicator functionality into Budgie menu. So if you want, you could show that, and this would be like a new default, is we would show it and then we would hide the user indicator. So it would be in Budgie menu, you click it, you get a menu to do the usual stuff you would usually do in user indicator, and an icon view, because with some of the re-architecture that I would like to do, I mean, not me personally, what I would like to see be done, I should say, in Budgie 10 series is listed under here. So basically we would refactor a bunch of it, and then that would pave the way for icon view. And we have other stuff like improving the icon task list, so that improves the scaling. We have stuff like improving the system tray. And this is something that we're not sure if we're going to tackle. I would like to get it tackled for 10 series, but we'll see. Cerebit had a good idea of having a dedicated status notifier tray that supports the status notifier / status notifier item specification. And the reason why we'd want to do that is because that way we have an understanding of that specification for when we also want to use it in Budgie 11. Because what I want to do in Budgie 11 is at least prioritize, if not try really, really hard, what I want to do is try really, really hard for it to support and use Wayland, and possibly a WL root based compositor / window manager. So, and because of that, we're not going to have access to the X11 APIs that we currently have that we use for the system tray, because all those are related to Xembed. So supporting status notifier is kind of in our best interest there. We have demystifying theme selection. And I know none of this is like related to the website, but I kind of want to give a deep dive for some of you that may not have had the opportunity to take a look at this. And I did see that first time chatter message, so thank you. I'll reply to that in a sec. Where I talk about demystifying theme selection, because a big issue that people have had is when they'll click to change the dark theme, that doesn't necessarily do anything because only some GTK themes.
So I don't know what happened there, but my key binding stopped working.
Oh no.
So I've been chatting away thinking, yeah, you're fucking ignorant, talking away, explaining
You're a single thing you said.
No, you guys have been quiet. It's been great. I've just been explaining all this Budgie stuff to people. I was just like, wow, I mean, I guess we're just all really cracking on and being busy with our stuff. But
I was trying to figure out why Budgie won't compile.
Well, maybe if you had stopped breaking it, it would be able to compile.
I did not do this. This is not my fault.
Yeah, so if I go to Budgie desktop and I look at the most frequent changes, I mean, the last change was 5 days ago, so...
Yeah, that was Foss Freedom. That wasn't me. Most of them have been Foss Freedom, and that's all a bunch of Budgie stuff. I didn't do this. Anyway, Ike, if you want to say what you were saying again.
And remember to actually use push to talk this time.
Yep. I don't blame you, though. I do that all the time. It's why I never have push to talk on.
All right. Well, while he ponders his existence on that.
Yep. I'm gonna figure out why GBM-BO right is undefined.
Are you doing this under Solus?
Yeah.
Stop. Oh, actually, let me rephrase. I would encourage you to switch to another operating system where you may not have that issue, but to resolve that issue under your current choice of operating system, you can reinstall mesalib /mesalib-devel, and it should resolve the issue. However, be aware that resolution will only be temporary. So, I would have filed a bug, except my Fabricator account's disabled for whatever reason, So I can't file a bug about that anyways, even if I was using Solus.
Wait, she disabled your Fab account?
Yeah.
That's okay. I asked for my Fab account to be disabled by you. That is a little spiteful, but whatever. Anyway, thank you for the resolution.
Getting auto kicked for having a name.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, the easiest solution there is to change your name, Ike. I mean, duh, right? Like,
no, I'm keeping this name. People can remember me whichever way they want.
Yeah.
So I've noticed if this card disappears off the display there, like it's like a fucking mouse. When it's gone, it's gone. Then talking doesn't work.
No.
Wait, that fixed it. Why does that fix it?
Well, I would love to have the opportunity to file a bug and then, do some investigative work, but for those that don't know, I'm on Endeavor OS at the moment, so.
Yeah, I'm on Endeavor on my laptop, but I haven't switched on my desktop yet.
Yeah.
I'm planning on it.
It was a real painful process to get my desktop set up, but I'm glad I did. And I get to use XFS, which is pretty great, so. Yeah, as I was saying, assuming, of course, if they don't say anything, I have an issue filed.
I'll just say this in Discord too, because I might as well. To explain what I've been working on, Budgie, at least at the moment, Budgie, in its current state, uses a GTK element for a drop shadow. This is fine.
Well, I'm glad you ended at "this is fine" because I was really worried.
Yeah, yeah, I keep forgetting. I'm using the same button for push to talk that you use. I think the side button on the Logitech mouse.
Mm.
But the issue with using an element is that it only has a shadow on the top. So you don't see it here on my screen because I removed the shadow, but it would only have a shadow upwards and the sides would be completely blank, which looks fine if you have the panel across the entire screen, but not fine if you're using dock mode.
Right.
So my issue that I've been trying to figure out is how to get the shadow working in CSS instead of with a GTK element. And the funniest thing about this is that I already did it, but I did it probably a year and a half ago. I did not keep the code and I don't remember what I did, but I spent about 4 hours last time I was hacking on Budgie trying to get this to work. And I don't know how to do it.
I feel you there. I actually had fixed an issue in Budgie desktop view, but I had at one point committed some code and forgot to stash the rest of it, and then I copied everything over to Endeavor OS, and I lost all that work. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm fixing this for the second time.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I did, but I'm gonna figure it out. That's my task for this stream,
Nice.
is to redo the work that I already did.
Yeah, so
My
basically,
primary task for this stream, it seems, is figuring out why Discord sucks so bad. Not only do I have to click on the right monitor, I have to have Discord active on that monitor for the key binding to work.
Are you using the
Wayland.
No.
lol.
Wait, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing Wayland's production ready, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just like Serpent OS.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you guys are doing. Like, I've already got it released. We're on point. Just believe me.
Right now I'm reading GitHub issue content, which is extremely thrilling to people. I was talking about the whole demystifying theme selection stuff that I wanted to basically refactoring how we do theme selection to tie in the dark theme and compact stuff a little bit more neatly and make it so the dark theme toggle not only is consistent across themes by actually dynamically in the background changing the GTK theme, but also providing us the opportunity to implement the free desktop dark style preference, because we're going to have to do that in order to get those Adwaita looking applications or those libadwaita applications to at least look dark if you choose the dark theme, or look light if you choose the light theme. So
He says with extreme disdain in his voice.
I don't know what you're talking about. libadwaita is perfect. There are no issues with it whatsoever. I totally didn't say, screw this, we're going EFL because of all their changes. Nope.
Never. You would never do that.
So yeah, we have that. We also have, I'm not going to dive into any of this. We'll get into the website stuff. And then we have evaluating some third-party applications from people like Ubuntu Budgie to sort that out. And also hopefully rewriting the panel manager so we can support multiple panels across multiple monitors, because we don't have that now. We have Raven API, so on and so forth. Right, so let's finally get to the website. So this is what I have for the mockup so far. Let me know if you could see it. I could always zoom in a little bit. This is more or less designed so it's a 1920 max width that is centered on my 4K canvas. And the reason for that, and this is a lesson I learned because I actually finally had gotten a 4K monitor at the time, I didn't have the opportunity to fix. But I'm going to use that as an example. Is this is what the Source website
For the benefit
looks
of those on
at
Discord,
4K.
I did say stuff, knowing that it wasn't going to work, but I said it anyway, because targeting my own stream.
Excellent.
So
Good to know that we're being left out on purpose this time.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of horrible if I was talking about you with you listening, right?
mm-hmm.
Not that I was talking about you.
Of course
Of course
not.
not.
You would never do that.
No.
We would never talk about each other behind each other's backs. What?
No.
No.
It's Ranix and Reddit.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I got a question there saying have I fuck it.
basically the problem with this is it's trying to use the full width and it looks like ass. So
Oh my god, I hate life.
I'm fixing that.
Right, I got a question there saying have I tried assigning a mouse button for Discord push to talk? Yeah, I'm holding it right now, but because Wayland is production ready. Yeah.
Well, I can hear that.
I have to click on the window itself. Oh yeah, that's because I'm even looking at the window, making sure it's got a green looking button.
Fantastic.
So
Wayland
most of
is
the stream
100%
will consist of me
ready.
staring at the other screen.
yeah, so in terms of the mock-up, basically we have this nice hero banner with a laptop, and within that laptop is an image of, it's kind of meta, but it's this background, but with budgies on it, and then obviously a screenshot of, this is actually the Solus one, but I went ahead and just ripped this part, and instead of the Solus wallpaper, it's the Budgie one that I made. Well, I didn't make it. This is from FreePick, and then I add some budgies on top of it. This laptop vector is also from FreePick. It's actually, I think it's this one here. It's one of, I think it's this one. So from FreePick, and I think the wife has a license for it, so I might have to throw the link at her so she could get the actual license, so we could technically use it for commercial use, or at least not have to attribute it. And then we talk about budgie menu. We talk about Raven here. This gap, basically what I was going to do is I have my laptop sort of tucked away underneath my monitor. I was going to pull that out and take some screenshots of budgie with different configurations. But basically this would be like a preferences thing. So actually let me, let's get the language for that written up. So it would be something like make budgie, probably not make budgie what you want, or make probably make budgie your own. Something like this. We're gonna want it to be center aligned. Probably a higher size if it wants to actually do it. 48 maybe. Something like this. Probably gonna have it be black text. Like so. And then we would have different examples here. I don't have any with me. What I was kind of thinking about doing, let me see. Ubuntu budgie. So if I go to their page, so they have, oh, this is very compressed. Oh no, it's not compressed. It's just sized up like crazy. But I was gonna have something similar to this. I might copy paste that just for the sake of doing that. So let me copy, go over here. Something like this. Because what I want to highlight is that budgie menu is extremely flexible. We're gonna copy this, we're gonna move it down here. And for our text, probably something like, oh, what should the text be? Oh, I can see that is a bit difficult to actually see. If I make it 200. Yes, thank you, Me Band. You already told me you were done charging. You don't need to yell at me again for it. Let's go ahead and make this 200. There. With budgie maybe with our Budgie desktop. We'll eventually get their desktop settings. Application. It's off by 1U. Can make it feel like home. This isn't the full text, but it'll do for now. There, we'll move it over. And it should auto flow the moment I get out of bounds here. Probably something like whether, oh my god, I might have to switch to my other keyboard. Whether you are, maybe, actually whether you want a dock G was moved there. Just want to whether you want a dock or having want there again is not ideal. What do you guys think? What do you guys think should be the language for this? So it's with our Budgie desktop settings application. You can make it feel like home. I feel like you can make Budgie. But if I could, there, Budgie. Ugh. You can make Budgie feel like home. Whether you want a dock or be multiple panels. You can do it right. Maybe you could do it with just a few. Okay, I might have to switch keyboards. I thought I would be able to tolerate this. I cannot. Or I should say I could tolerate it. I don't want you guys to have to put up with it. Me 150. So my other keyboards can be pretty loud, but let me go ahead and sort that out, and hopefully nothing will explode when I do that. So I can actually kind of show it here. I'll show it real quick, hopefully without making too much noise when I'm moving it. So this is, it looks a little messy, but basically what it is. So some nice braided cables between them. All right, let me set that aside. I'm gonna mute real quick.
I suspect many are watching by the multi-stream because there's not a lot of conversation happening on the main chats.
Yeah, probably.
All right, should be sorted now. Right, so basically what I want to do, if I flip this to 100%, is I want to have a couple modules here. Not a lot to talk about right now. Yeah, but to answer your question, I think you had asked earlier. Yeah, you asked, wait, did I miss some drama? So I think the only, I guess anything in the Linux ecosystem where somebody leaves or whatever is considered drama. I don't really look at it that way, but that doesn't really change. That doesn't really change what other people think. Is I resigned from Solus. There is a statement up on my Twitter. It's intentionally vague, all right, because I don't want to like air any dirty laundry or any of that. Nobody deserves it. Nobody cares or should care. But if you go to it, it's pinned at the top. You can read about it, and that's that, right? I'm off here doing Budgie stuff now, and that's perfectly fine. So yeah, right. So what I have below here is I want to have two modules, sort of side by side. So we'll split these up. We'll make sure that this is aligned with this, so there's a little bit of a gap. So we have the built by the community one. So if I ungroup that, ungroup this one as well. It says Budgie is built by the community with volunteers from around the world, all contributing to make Budgie a better experience for everyone. Whether it is design work, software engineering, or translation, it is this community that makes it happen. And then on this side, I want to have something about actually getting Budgie. So getting Budgie. Budgie is available. It's probably a lot of click-clack now. Let me try to separate a little bit more. On a wide variety of, and I guess you could now hear the difference. They don't look aligned horizontally. Oh, there, done. Budgie is available on a wide variety of operating systems, from Arch Linux to Ubuntu and everything in between. Try it out today on the flavor of Linux of your choice. And then we'll have a get Budgie. And what this will do is probably go to, I don't know if it's going to be in the documentation center or somewhere else. I didn't mean to do that. Actually, why do I even have that? Can I uninstall GNOME shell integrations? Nice. Let me flip back to this. Scroll all the way down. We're going to want to change the gradient here. I'm not sure to what yet. I don't want it to be any like of your choosing. Sounds better. Yes, of your choosing. That does sound better. Thank you. Of your choosing. Yeah. And that way we could link instructions to get it on Arch for Linux. We could get it on like, is it Gentoo Linux? I know there's a lot of people that were like, Josh, use OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. When I was like talking about what operating system, when I was asking what operating system I should have, or I should install on my desktop. And I didn't have OpenSUSE as an option. And here's the truth. I'm sure it's a great operating system. I just can't stand Yast and any of their control center stuff. I've never been a fan of it.
So Josh, fun thing about that Mesa Libri install fix, it only works so long as you still have a build directory. If you recreate the build directory, you have to do it again.
Huh. Well, it's a good thing you don't have to nuke your build directory and you can just do ninja build over and over and over.
You're right, but actually, this is a good opportunity to ask a
Oh,
question.
actually,
because have
I
you
think
here.
with the SAS stuff, I think that is a problem. Is it doesn't?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was about to ask, because it doesn't seem to recognize when I make change to the SAS.
Right. Yeah.
So I have to do that every time. Cool.
You have
right.
to reinstall Mesolib every single time you want to compile.
Every single time.
Man, that is some hard mode on on styling changes.
Really, really wish I just installed Endeavor before this stream.
Yeah.
Oh well. Shot myself in the foot. Now I gotta walk with it.
Yep.
Just checking that you can hear me.
Oh, hi, Irmo.
Hello, Irmo.
Hi guys.
When was the last time you and I even spoke in voice? What?
At least a year.
Irmo!
What?
Someone's excited.
Well, there's Mint Spider saying here
I'm just
listening,
checking that my
eating up and eating lunch as I do. Nice.
that button I press it works. But how bad is my noise?
No, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. No complaints.
Right. So now I need to get OBS Studio to work, and that's gonna be fun.
Sad that you couldn't get hardware acceleration to work.
This might be a strange thing to say, but you sound so wise. Like I could just imagine you as like a professor or something somewhere.
I can see that, yeah.
I wish.
I'm
actually pretty dumb.
I'll have you know, Budgie
all
11
are.
is actually going to be
We're just
licensed
pretending
under
to be smart
Apache
for
2.
the benefit of the audience.
So, but we can't do that for Budgie 10 series because of the sheer amount of people that have contributed. We'd have to get their permission to relicense everything. But if you check Budgie desktop view, if you check Budgie desktop view, you can see the license for that is
Gotta say hi, right?
Apache 2.0. So
After he said, like, I concur, is anyone else visualizing, like, Anthony Head in Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Something like
never
that.
watched it.
I concur.
I'm definitely going to want a background here on this, so let me go ahead and do that. And it's not going to be this dark, don't worry.
So, what are you going to be doing today? Armo! What are you working on, specifically?
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, right now nothing because I'm trying to get this streaming crap working.
Well,
if only
not to
there was a
crap on your
reliable
hardware,
operating
but I'm
system.
not sure your hardware is actually capable of streaming.
I will have you know that I'm on an Intel i7 3770K with QuickSync. It should be able to stream.
Yeah, 3770K should be able to stream desktop at least. Maybe.
Okay.
But this is not about me getting this working. So carry on, if you please.
I will not carry on. Why can't I get this to go on top? Damn it. Fine, I'll just physically move you in the menu. Thank you.
I feel like I can only hear about 1/10 of what you guys are saying in my Discord thing.
You can boost it. I don't know what desktop environment you're using, but I'll have you know if you use this thing called Budgie. I do have per application sound control, and you can actually just increase it there. And if it's still not loud enough, I even did a thing that allows you to set your volume and allow it to go up to 150%. Or what you could do is go into the Discord sound settings, change the output volume there as well. So
No, I mean, I read you just fine. It's just sometimes it feels like it cuts out.
Oh.
Like completely.
Now, when you say about those Budgie settings going up to 150%, do you mean to tell me you got rid of the environmental variable Budgie disrespect locals equals 1?
What? No. No,
Is it
it's
still there?
I'm talking about the key in the deconf key that allows. Oh God, what is it? I would have to check.
Whatever is used by known control center, one assumes.
Might be a custom one. Oh, I don't even have Budgie desktop open.
Now, back in the day, it used to be Budgie disrespect locals. It was the only way to get 150% on the sound popover.
Oh no, I've had a feature in Budgie desktop for a while where you go into desktop settings, you go into Raven, and then you have an option to enable sound, like I think it's like sound override or something. What do I have it
Very
called?
nice.
I have it called allow raising volume above 100%. So definitely not as sexy of a title as something else, but. On says, I like the Apache 2 switch. I came into serious limitations with unikernels with anything copyleft that gets applied project-wide. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a particular fan of copyleft licensing either. I find them to be too restrictive on my rights as a developer. And I also don't have a fundamental issue with companies using my source code either, because if I had a problem with that, then I probably wouldn't have made it open source to begin with, is basically my philosophy. So basically not even a linking exception is enough to cover for compiling stuff into a single. Yeah, exactly. Like that kind of stuff, especially with the GPL, where you start getting in the territory of when even linking to something, it might be construed by some individuals to be a license violation, or it might be explicitly mentioned in the license, and it's frustrating to deal with. So I'm not really sure what color we want this to be. We could dabble around with the gradients though. Probably not a blue. That's kind of trippy. I don't want it to be that, but because that hurts my eyes. I don't know about you, but that hurts me. No, it's not. I feel like it needs to be darker. If it was going to be green, which I'm not even sure if it can. I don't want it to be red because red's too aggressive a color, right? I don't want it to be like brown. Man, humans just need to see more of the spectrum, right? Guess I could try blue. And then lighten it. Wait, what? No, I clicked the other thing. And we're gonna go saturation or luminosity, 77. Maybe boost it to like 85. I know you probably can't see much of the UI. If I need to zoom in, then let me know. Or if it's fine, then cool. Yeah, this is gonna, if it's like this, it's going to be too hard to see. So I feel like if we made this a bit darker, something like that, and then made this a little bit darker as well, I think we could get away with white text there. Go with the hex, copy the hex, dive into this. But I feel you, CDDL looks like an attractive license to me in hindsight, but I would prefer ISC or MIT. Yeah. Apache is just too long. I mean, yeah, I guess. It does have a lot of legalese text. I would agree with that. But if you compare at its root, the differences between Apache 2 and MIT, they're pretty similar. The primary difference is with, and if I'm remembering this correctly, Apache 2 does not provide you trademark or patent licensing. Something like that. I'm not a lawyer, so don't take my word as gold here, okay? So I'm still not sold on that being blue. I feel like it's too I mean, maybe like when I swap this out for something that actually let me rephrase what I'm about to say. When I swap this out to something that is more akin to what I have above here, specifically with patents. Oh yes, I think yes, that's right. It provides patents along with it, but I think it doesn't provide trademarks. If I do this, Apache 2. So if I scroll down, yeah, so we have liability and yeah, so you don't have trademark usage. You're not allowed that. It does not grant, it explicitly does not grant it in the Apache 2. I don't think it is not explicitly mentioned in the MIT license, which is why it's not listed here. So there's that. More or less the same otherwise. Oh, I guess with the Apache 2, yeah, you do have to state your changes, which I don't care too much about, so. Also realized, I think my coffee is cold at this point. Yep. Well, that's a shame. CDL tends to make lots of folks stay away from projects more than most licensing, it seems, probably due to GPL incompatibility. Yeah, I want to say, is it CDDL that ZFS or ZFS is licensed under? Am I remember that correctly? Because I've always felt uncomfortable with ZFS or ZFS shipping alongside the kernel and linking against it, because to me, the licensing isn't compatible, and at least in my opinion, it felt like canonical lawyers had decided to turn an eye to any sort of incompatibilities and concerns just so they could ship ZFS in Ubuntu and provide that as an opportunity for more businesses and the like to actually install Ubuntu with the file system that they needed. Yeah. ZFS, please. Nope. This is the first time I see you work on front end web. Well, I have in the past, however, it's been Hugo and Less and all that kind of stuff. So, but this is the time where I'm actually going to be trying to use Gatsby. I would like to mention I'm not an expert with React or any of that stuff, so we'll see how it goes. But I think this is probably fine for now. I know it's nothing fancy in Figma, but we could start tinkering with that. We'll get MUI up here. It always does this. It flashes like a light color, and then then it goes dark. So this is what we'll be using for some of this. We could close their page. And so the first thing we're going to want to do is an npm init. So if we swap over to our Budgie site, which I don't actually have open anywhere. Let's close. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do it over here. Code, buddies, Budgie site. I'm going to open up code here. Hey, GSF. And hey, Murdy. Oh, right, it's not code.oss because I'm using the proprietary version. I know. Well, I'm using the Microsoft version that has their own proprietary crap on top of it. So we're going to do an npm init Gatsby, which apparently I don't even have. This is how prepared I am. And let me know if you could even see that. I don't even have Node installed. Oops. We are going to want probably, I'm gonna go with gallium. And I need NPM. So that's gonna be 2, which they have separate. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, not you. NPM. 2. Bye. All right, let's clear that. We're gonna do NPM init Gatsby. Sure. We're gonna see what kind of crap they're gonna pull in here. It's gonna be buddies of Budgie as the site. What, literally here? Can I just put a dot? Will you be using a CMS? So this is something I was debating as well. Is for the release notes, do I want to use a CMS like Dado CMS or like Ghost and using the Ghost API? Or am I going to be doing, because one of the things I really was interested in with Gatsby is their markdown support, which is actually technically MDX or markdown with React, well, with JSX/TSX support. And then I was going to use the source file system to read in files for that. So I'm kind of up in the air about that. I kind of like the idea, and I'm more encouraged to use a file system based approach because I'm going to have all this entirely open source, including the release notes, of course, because there's no incentive for me to have it closed source or to have it hidden away or something, because people can literally just audit the Budgie desktop code anyways and see what the changes are. Like, there's literally no point in it being closed. And using a CMS would require somebody to set that up locally. So I think for now, I'm gonna go with a source of file system. So we are going to do, no, we are going to set that up later. A styling system, yes, I am going to want SAS for now. I don't want to add Google Analytics. I do want to add Markdown and MDX support. It's really nice that they have it literally right there. React Helmet. I don't know what React Helmet is. Let's look that up. We're gonna go over here, and actually I could close this other VS Code. I don't need Budgie Desktop open anymore. React Helmet. Document Head Manager for React. Okay, so you have okay, so you have these helmet tags, and basically that puts it in the actual, in the head. Puts it on the head. Ah, so helmet, okay. All right. Okay, with these changes, you can add the Patreon support. Well, thank you very much for your support. All right, so I think adding the meta tags is probably reasonable. How that's going to translate over with Markdown, I don't know. Responsive images we are actually going to want, now that I think about it. Google Analytics. I know people might hate me for it, but I'm going to enable it. Automatic sitemap. Yeah. All right. Confirm with enter undone. Haha. Well, great start. Type error, cannot read properties of undefined reading plugins. Well, off to a great start. What are you gonna do with Helmet? Well, I mean, I was just showing, but what you have is you can specify a helmet tag within the render return function that provides the JSX/TSX. And what that'll do is it'll translate this into this as the output, basically. So, well, this isn't helpful. GatsbyJS. So I think I just made the discovery that the control center has a do not disturb setting, but we ignore it and do our own thing. Yes. That's correct. But we do respect the notifications functionality. So if you intentionally have an application on the exclusion list, it does that, but it'll respect that. This is all super generic. What I literally just want. All right, let's try this again. Buddies, Budgie. Sure, whatever. No, add it later. SAS, analytics. We're gonna do page meta. We're gonna do add and add. Okay. So if I don't add the React responsive images, it's fine. Any objection? Just switching over our stuff to use that setting. It would make life easier. I feel like there's a reason why I didn't do that. But I don't know what it is. So I guess, oh, well, I mean, actually, no, I do remember. This was when I started implementing a bunch of functionality that wasn't remotely tied to GNOME, because I didn't want us to start relying too heavily on their stack. I guess for Budgie 10 series, it's fine. Yeah, I guess go ahead. We don't have a tracking ID, so we're just going to skip that. Okay. See, plugin docs. All right, thanks. Here's what we'll do now. So they're going to create a Gatsby site in Buddy's a Budgie. They're going to set me up with SAS, and they're going to set me up with a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, it's cloning. Either way, for 11, it'll all be our own stuff anyways. Yeah. You know, Sarah, but you know, I just realized.
What?
Here. Where's Mr. Ike and Irmo?
Wait, did they leave the voice chat?
They're not here. I was just like, it's been quiet. I checked. I'm like, huh?
What happened?
Wait,
did their Discord crash?
How much you want to bet? Because they're on Wayland, like Discord crashed or something. And they just haven't noticed.
The funny thing is, Discord crashes for me pretty frequently.
Huh.
When I'm in voice for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, we should probably tell them.
Does somebody want to use the multi-stream to let them know?
Yeah, someone tell Ike and Irmo that they're not in here anymore.
Ike said on Matrix that Discord bricked.
And he didn't tell us.
Well, I mean, I guess well, you have to remember for him, he always has like Matrix open somewhere, like as in on, like on stream, whereas I don't do that.
Right, I forgot.
I don't I wouldn't dare have that sort of feed on my stream. So
yeah.
Somebody asked me how Endeavor OS is treating me so far. It's been pretty good. How's it been treating you on your laptop, Sarah? But
it's been good. I'm a little iffy on like the way it presents itself when you install it. being pretty bare bones. Like I had to install system deboot myself. I had to fix the Budgie theme, which
You
we
had to
already
install
talked about.
systemd yourself?
It's shipped with grub, which I don't like.
Oh,
So I installed system deboot
Gotcha.
instead.
right. Okay.
Looks like a couple people are telling Ike that he's not in Discord. I don't think he's gonna do anything about it.
All right, let's move this content. Not get ignore.
I mean, we could try switch. Well, no, because Element voice chat doesn't have a push to talk.
Yeah, it's constant transmit, which is kind of what I was trying to avoid, because you can't even do like any noise suppression, like super fancy noise suppression, that kind of stuff, even there. So, all right.
Well, back to trying to. Actually, do you have any idea? I think I figured out why it's not showing. I think it's because the clip area for the Budgie panel is the same as the window size, whereas for notifications, where a shadow does show, the clip area is not. The clip area is like 30 pixels wider and taller.
It's a chunky thing, and people always complain that they can't click through the drop shadow. It's like, right, because it's an actual element. Like,
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where Budgie would be setting a clip area for the panel, but I don't see anything.
can't say I would know. I haven't taken a look at a lot of that code in a while, so.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. See if I can find it.
When 8 links is like that Budgie description in the Endeavor installer though. Yeah, I did complain to them about that.
Hopefully it'll get fixed.
Hopefully it'll get fixed. In their defense, they're like, oh well, we're just pulling from Arch or whatever. But it's like, yeah, please stop.
So then Arch should fix it. That is not the description anymore. It was a bad description to begin with.
Yeah, it's. I know Ike probably thought it was cute at the time, but it kills me. It pains me every single time I saw that. It's like the first thing I changed when I forked it. So.
Yeah, but you changed it to just Budgie desktop.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything like.
I just set it to something similar to what you have for View and Control Center. So basically just the first few words of the README.
Yeah. So we're gonna run npm run develop and see what happens. So they're using. I'm not really sure. Oh, come on! It's not allowed to be empty. Can I add some? Where Gatsby tracking ID potato? There. You want it to not be empty? There you go. Sticking with Vala with your move towards EFL. No. Vala is a GNOME language, and none of us like Vala. It'll be C. Or if I'm lucky, maybe some aspect of it will be Rust, if we could get the EFL bindings and stuff working. All right. Let's open this up and see. All right, so this is their template. So we can modify source pages index to see this content. So I don't know what they're using in the backend. Let me check. Please tell me they're using Vite instead of Webpack. If they're using Webpack, I am going to be very mad. Genuinely. For like, oh, they're right. They are. They're using Webpack. All right, folks. Compile times just got 10 to 20x slower, so that's going to be a shame. Is it possible to use Rust with EFL? Yes, it is. However, you have to create the bindings for it. And before anybody links the existing Rust EFL bindings, which I made note of on my website, those are extremely out of date. And because there's been so many changes even to the legacy API, let alone the new unified API, it's not really going to be feasible to actually use that. So I'm gonna have to do it from scratch. So when I get around to that, to be honest, that Rust aspect isn't that big of a priority, but I would like it in the window manager. Just because I could tolerate the panel crashing, but your window manager crashing is a different story. So especially if we're going to be Wayland focused, right? As we all know with GNOME Shell and all that, if Mutter crashes under Wayland, or GNOME Shell plus Wayland plus Mutter and all that, you basically lose your session. You can't just do a clean restart. I don't know if they've ever refined that behavior, but at least the last time I ever tried using it and it crashed all the time, it would just kick you out of your session. Yeah, well, I mean, so nothing is going to get patched together. It's a full rewrite. There isn't a single component, there isn't a single line of code from Budgie Desktop 10 series that's going to exist going into Budgie 11, because we're not going to be using glib, right? We're going to be using all the EFL alternatives to that. We're not going to be using GTK, we're going to be using EFL. We're not going to be using libps for plugins. We're not going to be using any of the SaaS related stuff, right? Because EFL has its own engine and all that kind of stuff. EFL is Enlightenment Foundation Libraries. It's developed by the individuals that work on the Enlightenment desktop. EFL is also used in Tizen, which is developed by Samsung, along with a lot of other embedded systems, for instance, in some automotives. So, yeah. Right. So we technically made a Gatsby website. So if I go into pages, we have an index here, and they are doing a bunch of inline styles. Big yikes. Right, so I just realized also they're using JavaScript. They're not even using TypeScript. See. You could just change it and then start adding the page prompts. Okay. TypeScript integration is supported through automatically including the plugin for it. Okay, so let's do that. We're gonna cancel this. We're gonna do npm install Gatsby plugin. I guess save dev. It probably is a development version, and then we need to make sure we have the types as well. Next.js uses TypeScript and SWC, just saying. What's this? What's going on? Oh, because I did ... instead of tac. I'm actually now used to my other keyboard, where the things are flipped around. All right, so it's installing at the moment. E25, is it Enlightenment 25? Or is it 26? I don't remember what version it is now. npm audit fix. Let's see what vulnerabilities we could fix immediately. If we could fix any of these. So the question for those that are watching in the VOD or something, any particular reason to use Gatsby and not something like Hugo? It's a great question. You know, I use Hugo on my personal website. The developer story, you could say, or the developer experience, if you're not using marketing language, for TypeScript and React and all that sort of integration into Hugo is pretty bad, especially when you consider the fact that React is mostly, well, except if you're using like Next.js or Gatsby in this case, where it does the DOM generation on the server side before shoving it off to the user over the network. Hugo tries to do all that using server-side generation, but there's no incremental generation or anything of that sort. And basically what you would be left with is sort of a weird hybrid of some stuff that's static and some stuff that is dynamically generated by the client. And if your website is being, say, crawled by a search engine, they're not going to be able to handle any of that. because those don't use any form of JavaScript, at least as far as I'm aware. They don't use a JavaScript interpreter. So what that means is when it goes to crawl your page, it's just going to see that those React elements with no valuable component, no valuable content. So it's just the wrong tool for the job. Let's see. Really though, if you're able to make this work, BSD folks are going to be so happy. I don't care about BSD users. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't. I'm not gonna lie to you and say I do. Budgie is a desktop environment oriented towards Linux. Even right now, it uses stuff from like systemd, lognd. And technically, I know you could get away with using something like elognd if you really tried, but it's not. It's definitely not BSD oriented. And thanks, MaxDevJS for the follow as well. So that npm audit fix basically, did it do anything? I'm not sure it really did. Oh, it will. It would otherwise, but it would break a bunch of other stuff. So I can't. So that's great. Okay, so page content says allows Gatsby to build, TypeScript and TSX. Does not run type checking during build. See caveats. So is automatically included in Gatsby. I mean, this is what I don't understand. If it's automatically included, why don't you use it in your template then? No sane individual is going to be using vanilla JavaScript in this day and age. There is this thing called TypeScript that people use. So we have this module exports. So we need a new plugin, which is, let's go ahead and I guess copy pasta that. Where do we want this? Here? Maybe at the beginning? Excuse me, can I copy that? Thank you. Indent using spaces for there. Have you ever looked at BSDDs? Nope. Never used BSD. Don't care to. Sorry. BSD is entirely irrelevant to my life. It kills me that even new blogs and tutorials for anything React is still in JavaScript and not TypeScript. TypeScript stuff is way harder to find. I mean, to a degree, yes. I think from what I saw with the React stuff, it translated over quite well. All right, so their options is TSX, use JSX, which defaults to React, and then all extensions are true, defaults to false. Oh no, and they use Babel as well for it. No. Oh God. No. So instead of Babel, they could have used ESBuild, but they didn't. ESBuild is so damn fast, as Evan Yeager can attest to. All of the stuff that like Vite uses is just built for speed. And at least in my personal experience, I haven't had any negative side effects from using it. So I don't know if that's something that we could rip out or if they have some like Vite version that I could possibly use. So we'll find out. Okay. So we have all that. Let us just rename this file. Okay, we're going to rename it to TSX. And we're going to do npm run develop again and see what happens if this is all hooked up correctly. So it looks like it might have worked. It's building the development bundle at the moment. V has only made my life better. Yeah, you could probably plug ES build loader into Webpack. Oh, I might have to take a look at that. Thanks for that recommendation. All right, so this is using TypeScript, which is great. So now what we're going to want to do is, so this is the index page, I think, which is just the home page. I mean, obviously it's just the home page, but what I'm trying to get at is I don't think they're doing anything that Hugo would do, where you have like a default section, and then within that you have a base HTML, and then that loads in content for all your, that is the base for all your pages, is what I'm trying to get at, if any of that made any sense. All right, so that's gonna export the default page, which this is just a main, which is a React main component. It looks like a title and all that. I don't, let's see about this, because let's go ahead and import, what was it? And I'm a little bit rusty with my React. What was it? React helmet from React helmet. Let's go ahead and make sure we add the type. So it's going to be npm install -tech save dev. And it's going to be at types, and hopefully they'll have one for React helmet. I don't heavily use the types though. To be kind of honest with you, I haven't gotten that far with a lot of the React bits. I will for my own functions that I write. I'll have the type checks. So we want, I don't know why I closed that. I still need it. That's where my brain's at today. So yeah, so it's helmet and then the meta information. So that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna use indent using tabs. We're gonna do a helmet. We're gonna add the title. And we're gonna do a closing helmet. And we're gonna do homepage. And I know I didn't have to cancel this, but I just wanted to install the types separately. Yay, only 37 vulnerabilities. I know, it's because they pull in all this crap and I can't do anything about it. How great is that? npm run develop. So, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And building the dev bundle takes forever because of Webpack. So what I'm gonna do is when I go back over to this localhost, after it's done, we're gonna see if it actually sets the page content. It did. Okay, great. Yeah, I fixed that. So that's actually using it correctly. So next up, I guess, is we start working on it. So we're gonna want a nav component. So we're gonna have a folder called component or components. And within this, we are gonna have a nav. So we're gonna do nav.tsx. And we're gonna add, so this is our navigation header component. We are going to import. I don't like importing everything from React. What did I do on some other projects? You're about to see. Actually, why not? For the job that I landed, I actually have the demo open source because that's what they like. Yeah, here we go. Source. Yeah, I just did React. Okay. the reason why I don't like using the star or anything of that sort to import everything is because importing all, like the entire pack from React drastically slows down compile times as opposed to just importing what you want. Actually, I'm gonna have to at least have the boilerplate of, like I said, I'm a little rusty. Yeah, so we would export a const and it would be export const. We're gonna have nav and it's gonna be react.function component. We're not gonna have anything there yet of props, like so. Oh, FC, not FB. Right. And we need to do a return. And we're gonna do that. We don't really have any. I feel like I did this somewhere else. Did I do it in nav? Yes, it's just of no type. Right, there we go. Okay. So then if we go ahead and import our component, I'm gonna rip out, well, I'm actually gonna nuke all of this. We're gonna change this. We're gonna export default const. Export default should work. React.fc props. Right? Export default. No, I guess I did just, okay. Const export default index page as a React function component. Oh, it might have just been yelling at me about the fact that I'm not returning anything. So we're gonna go ahead and nuke all this, all these styles. We're gonna have just an empty body for now. And then we're going to have our nav. So it's going to be our components. Our components. And we're going to have import nav from components. Nav. That should do the trick. Why do I keep closing my own project? Why do I do that to myself? Photo grid. Do I want to do that? Yeah, you know what? We will titleize it actually. Oh, right, it's back one. That is why. Nav. We'll do helmet. In helmet, we'll have a title, and this is going to be Buddies of Budgie. Actually, it'll be home like this. All right, so if we go over here, it's now empty. We fire up nav, we return something that's like h1, boop, and it is sorted there. All right, so now we actually need our, let me close all this, our navigation. So there should be a nav component, if I could find it, under here. Is it considered menu? Thanks. Okay. No, it is. It definitely wasn't bottom nav. I get the feeling they might just want me to do. Is it experimental? top nav, or do they deprecate it? Worst case scenario is I'll just use a container, and then within that container I'll have like a stack, but I want to avoid that. We're gonna do MUI top nav app bar React component. Oh, music end. There we go. Let me know if that's too loud. It's actually a bit too loud in my ears, but I'll buy it this one. I'm not gonna be able to hear my own thoughts. Yeah, a bit. Alright. Okay. So they have an app bar which is under surfaces. Okay. So this is kind of what we're gonna want. So let us go ahead and import that. The import, we're gonna want the app bar from, and it's gonna be at MEY material. What? Oh, it's buffering. Okay. System live. Why is it buffering? Experiencing interruptions? Find out why. Hope the wife isn't downloading anything. She here? She here? Aiden, are you downloading anything? I hear her walking around, so she probably didn't catch that. Alright, so it's at MUI material app bar. Yeah, I guess it's not this. Okay. So we have that. So they have a box. And within that box, they are growing the app bar to the max amount of size it could be. So that's actually not a bad idea. So we'll do at MUI material box. And then within this, we're going to have a box, and we're going to have a styling of a flex grow because it is a flex box. So we're going to tell it take up all the height you can, or all the, this is probably going to be width actually. We're going to have box. And then within that, we're going to have an app bar. We're going to probably have it be static for now. I would like to change that down the line to be fixed probably. Did I not pull in MUI? Pretty sure I did. No, I guess I didn't. npm add at MUI. Is that what I need to see? Installation. npm, yeah, we'll pull in all this. npm install. I always get the yarn commands mixed up as well. I don't think I need styled components yet. I will grab the material icons. Wait a little bit for that. So, Mr. Cerebit, you fixed the drop shadow stuff yet?
No.
How many times have you had to reinstall MesaLib?
Thankfully, because I haven't actually been messing with SCSS, I figured out that the reason it's not showing up is because the clip area for like I said, the clip area for notifications is different than the allocation, but not for the panel. So now instead of looking at SCSS, because that's fruitless at this point,
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out where that would be set. So
Okay.
thankfully, only like maybe 5.
It's not bad. Only 5.
Yeah, it's not awful.
So they have a toolbar. Oh, God, my nose itches.
But actually, Gert mentioned in my chat that he tested it out in a Solus Budgie VM and was unable to reproduce the bug from building master. So
Well, yeah, I mean, the first time you build it's typically fine, but then every
Yeah.
other time it kind of should. Please no. Welcome back.
welcome back.
That's
So,
my
what
feeling.
happened?
So, that Wayland's pretty great, ain't it?
Oh, it's not Wayland. The computer decided to die. Discord decided to die. Flatpak decided that my computer needed to die. And on top of that, my internet provider was like, yeah, fuck you too, buddy. And that decided to die.
Nice.
Joy.
To the world, Ike is dead. Anyway, I'm back now.
Welcome back.
Excellent.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we have an app bar. Within that app bar, they have a toolbar.
Oh,
Is that for this? Is that so if you scale it down, it?
I feel really, really, really sorry for the 5 people who's watching this.
I have 36.
Oh,
at the
now
moment,
6.
So they have an icon button. It must be this, and then they have typography, which is news.
Is it
Okay.
is it because the notification is doing height for width instead of constant size allocation? Is that why? I swear to God.
Yeah, I mean, we do grow it to a degree and then clip it if the notification text is too long. So, all right, so we're gonna need to grab our vector here. And I just realized that I nuked the part where they're pulling in images, and I forget how they do that. So, I guess we're gonna YOLO it. So let us go to off screen so I don't share my file system here. I'm gonna go logo, SVG, we're gonna go back to our home here. I'm gonna do code, Budgie's Budgie. Source images, I'm gonna copy that in. Nice. I'm gonna rename this to logo. Okay, well maybe they're doing something that I am not familiar with, so let's find out. We're gonna do image, I guess. Are they gonna let me do that? Dot slash images, or can it be relative? SVG, do I need to import it? I mean, let's find out, right? Monka S. That's quite the app bar. Let's try this. Import logo from images slash logo.svg. Oh, right, because it doesn't understand the type handler stuff for it, does it? I've done this before. If somebody knows, let me know, because this is something I haven't really messed around with, to be completely honest. And if this doesn't work, Okay, that didn't work. Let's check the Gatsby documentation. Images and media. Overview. So, assets from file system. So we can do it like this, where we import the logo. No, it should support SVG. So we can import it like we wanted to. Let's nuke this. Try this. All it equals Budgie logo. Paper does not contain default export, and it's a warning that I can't control. Okay, that works. That is a big old Budgie logo though. So we're gonna have to set probably some limits to the app bar size. But as we can see here, Budgie is just asserting its dominance. So fair enough. I mean, I can't say I blame it. I would probably be as well. So next it's gonna be T-posing for dominance, you know, spreading its wings. But is it this? No, it's not that. I could probably set a max height on it. We might want to consider doing that. Wrong thing. So this is 64. Hello? This? Maybe? App bar. API. Like it's fine for all these, but for me it's chunky. Will the website use prefers color scheme? No. At the moment there's no dark theme for it. Sorry. I'm not saying there won't be in the future. I'm just saying right now that's not on the agenda. Or is it the vector size that's causing it to grow? I mean, it should be capped anyways. That's the thing. Like if I open this up in Code Sandbox. No? I hate when there's like buttons that aren't actually links to a thing, but rather it's just dynamically generated. It's like it's fine here. Oh, is it because we're not wrapping it? Oh, it might be because we're not wrapping in toolbar. And this is gonna annoy me. Let's do this. So you have toolbar. All right, now let's remove this. Right, go back to home. I mean, it's progress. So they have an icon button. I mean, yeah, I guess technically we'll want it to do the routing as well. But is that with Gatsby or is that going to be with React Router? Let's see, routing. Create routes.
Josh!
What?
What?
Not like.
Okay.
Are you okay? I mean, no. I mean, the answer to that is no. But
Are you more
right?
Are you as okay as you usually are?
I feel like that's a loaded question. So I've got Ermo on a video chat on top of my Matrix on my other monitor. So like we're having like 2 independent streams here.
Interesting.
Ooh.
I know. We made our own multicam. And guess what? We got a cat.
Did you say you got a cat?
I can see
Not
the
me
cat.
personally. Right? So you're jealous you
cat.
got no kitty cat on your stream.
I could bring a dog.
Definitely.
I have a couple dogs I could bring over here.
No,
I'll link them
dogs
to
are
these.
stupid.
Come on.
So-
Cats. It's all about the cats.
I
This is monster confusing.
finally decided to swap over to that multi-stream thing to check. Man, that luscious red hair of yours, Ceravit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a notification from Joey saying he's surprised, or no, something along the lines of, "My hair is just as red as he thought it would be."
Mm.
Yeah, I'm extremely ginger.
Yep.
Ugh. Whoever made this panel, you were Josh or Ike. It's pissing me off.
Definitely wasn't me. I didn't do all the. Wow. That's the. That's also the first time I've ever seen Irmo as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Right, this panel you're complaining about that Josh wrote.
No.
What's wrong with it?
I can't.
Yeah.
Can't get a drop shadow to show on it. I've sunk like 6 hours into this. It's setting a clip size that's the same size as the allocation for the panel itself, but I can't figure out where it's doing it. And I checked, Raven's doing the same thing, but notifications aren't, and I haven't been able to figure out what's different about the two that's making one have a same size clip area but the other not. And it's
because one of them has a different window hit.
yeah, I changed the window hint. That didn't do anything.
Huh, it used to, because we had problems before with absolute placement. Unless we set a specific hint, then Mother just did not give a shit. Like, you did not get to put it where you wanted it. There was no stacking or nothing.
Yeah,
So I'm
I
guessing-
actually, hang on, did I change the window hint back? Let me see. Yeah, so it's not even setting a hint. I actually have it set to pop up. Or I realized I unclicked the button. It doesn't have a hint, and its type is pop up. So I changed it to be the same as the notification, and nothing. It's still not showing anything. So I don't know what the problem is, but I'm just gonna keep bashing my head against it until I figure it out.
It's definitely not this. It's not because of this. It's not assignable, right? Because it's not. It's just an image.
What now?
Why are you taking up all the space that you are? Have toolbar, and within that toolbar, you just have an image. I mean, this should work as well. Are we gonna use React image? Oh, I just typed React. this. No, I don't want... I know how to use the normal image tag. Why do people make those kind of blogs? Who honestly thinks those kind of blogs are actually useful? npm react. Okay. We're not going to deal with suspense yet. Oh, that's the standalone component. That's legacy now. Great. It's for clickbait, evidently. Don't need it for lazy loading. Cores is fine. No spinner needed. This literally does nothing what I want. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the styled stuff, isn't it? Material styled. Style engine, which I don't think I actually added. npm install MUI styled engine. We do styled, we do the component, and then we specify our image. Red or YouTube are more useful, yeah. I would agree with that. Okay, let's import styled from MUI system. Oh, forgot this. All right. So we have that. I need a const logo image of a styled image with a max height of 64. Wait a second. We can't just specify, what am I doing? Can I literally just do height equals 64? Like this. Oh my god. Although actually come to think of it, I am still gonna need the styled because I'm gonna want the... Oh no, I guess the padding could be specified on the toolbar component itself. So this is still fine. I can nuke this though. All right, so I'm gonna do that. And then what we need is on our toolbar, I'm gonna do padding PT of material sizes, or material UI sizes. Breakpoints, here we are. Of try just do P. One vertical height, no horizontal. See how that works out for us. That is way too much though. 0.5. That's probably fine, but that might be too large. Just what she said. Excuse me, can I have... $46. What do you mean Budgie's a Budgie site? Budgie's a Budgie. You know Budgie desktop? Do you know what the Budgie desktop is? Or the desktop environment I'm using here. I'll ask that question first. like that's too much. Of course. Well, okay. Let me ask this question then. Who do you think works on the Budgie desktop environment?
Joshua.
What? Ike?
Steam library. What are you playing?
What? I'm gonna turn Ike up.
Sorry, old habits die hard. I was just trying to do what I do best, which is derail Budgie.
Ah. Well, joke's on you because I'm not actually working on Budgie. I'm working on the Budgie website.
Okay, but if I disrupt you from the website, how will people know that I'm not talking about that? You didn't think of that, did
Fair
you?
point. Somebody had just asked me, what do I even mean by the Buddies of Budgie site? So I'm trying to steer them towards what it means without being literal and explaining it. Because that's more fun that way. So, if I'm working on it, and I stopped...
You know, do we really actually need a shadow option for Budgie? Like, honestly, it seems like a lot
Yes.
more hassle than it's worth.
Yeah,
I'm going to cry. This sucks more. Like, this is about the amount of effort that I put into getting Modelio to work. Back when I moved everything from JDK 8 to 11. And you have, like, when I got that to compile with 11, I genuinely screamed. I feel, what is it with recent, like, I spent 6 hours
Budgie isn't
struggling
an
against
Ubuntu thing.
NVIDIA drivers last workday. Why am I doing this to myself?
I mean, like, it's available on Ubuntu, but it's available on, like, every operating system. Don't actually want a color for that. Is it part of the app?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna do something else.
Fair enough. All right.
I am gonna continue with
Apparently, I need to lead the horse to the water and teach them to drink. So, I resigned from Solus. Solus was the original project, well, technically it was Evolve OS that created Budgie. Ike, being the person here, was the person that originally created it. And then I started development and basically took over it in 2018. I was like working on it as well in like 2017 and so on and so forth. But, you know, Ike departed the Solus team in 2018. I started doing the Budgie stuff. And then obviously I resigned, and if you didn't know, I resigned from Solus. Wow. I'm sure this is quite a bit of news to you. You're welcome to read about it on my Twitter. There isn't much, it's intentionally vague, and I'm not going to get into it. But the thing I did was I said, I'm going to be establishing a dedicated GitHub organization for Budgie and involving a bunch of downstreams and a lot more of the community. For instance, those from Arch, Endeavor, Ubuntu, Manjaro, and so on. So, and obviously some ex-Solus users and some current Solus users. So I did that, and the organization is called Buddies of Budgie because it's a play off of, I was heavily inspired by the Friends of Flareum organization, which is an organization that develops a lot of the Flareum forum software. So I just named it Buddies of Budgie. It's cute, it's kind of playful, and it's just kind of what I wanted. So I named it that, and I forked everything over to that. Yeah, B.O.B. Bob. Yep. So, and I'm working on the website for it. So, but no, Budgie is not specifically an Ubuntu thing. It's available on Ubuntu. However, it was originally only on Evolve OS. So, speaking of which, any new downstreams joined up since the start of Buddies of Budgie. So in 2018, I tried pretty hard to get the Ubuntu Budgie folks involved more, to sort of limited success. fostering them has been quite helpful in a lot of the other aspects. But other than that, they typically have their own silo. So I've been trying to break down that silo and get them more involved. See what happens there. We do have a couple of people from EndeavorOS now, and now that I'm using EndeavorOS, technically I'm one of those people. So I'm not entirely sure what Eben Yeager uses, if he's stopped using Solus at this point or if he's still using it. I know Cerebit is still using it on his desktop, which is why he's encountering some of the issues that he's been encountering.
Like reinstalling Mesa every time I want to change the theme.
Yep.
Woo! I'm doing this to myself though.
The computer I'm on right now is actually also EndeavorOS. So
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, so, and if you're wondering, who was that just spoke? I didn't recognize them. That was one, Cerebit, and two, Irmo, who used to be a global maintainer over in the Solus land. So, are you going to stay, and thank you for the follow, are you going to stay with them?
No. Let's have a bit of a better introduction than that, will we? Move all your ex-Solus shenanigans else yonder. This is Irmo, process manager and process guy for the SerpentOS project, a new Open Common project, which is the new hotness of 2022. Move over and else, this is your next distro. Back to you, Solus guy.
Well, I'm sorry, but what is this SerpentOS thing, and where can more people find information about this?
So the way that I gather it so far, I think I'm basically St. Patrick, and I'm leading all the snakes out of previous projects. No, I'm joking. That's kind of the way it looks, but it's unintentional. SerpentOS is currently undergoing defining. It's an operating system type thing, and no, it's not. It's a lot of bullshit. It's a Linux distro. It's just built from scratch. Package manager at the core, and what was the thing I was going to say to you? Give us all your fucking money. Yeah.
That might be probably one of the worst ways of saying that, especially given
It worked for Bob Geldof.
especially given the mindset that some people might have.
No, that was exactly the point.
Okay.
That was genuinely the point. No, we're a grassroots project. That's as simple as trying to do things in a more, not so much a more traditional way, but a less corporate environment kind of way, I think is the way to look at it. We don't have the limitations that other projects might have,
Right.
due to shareholders, this, that, and the other. We have room to innovate right now, and that's what we're trying to do. So we're looking at package manager first and foremost. The reason I personally set out in this project is because I needed something that would help me build a game engine. And that had to target multiple platforms, and I was finding toolchain inconsistencies. And, you know, each person on the team has different, not exactly a completely different, but a specific domain that they're trying to implement through SerpentOS. So it's very much a collective. We're all getting out of it what we're trying to get out of it, while coalescing that to something that's cohesive.
You could almost say it's an open source collective.
You could almost say that.
Which is very strange, because that's almost as if that's the name of the fiscal host that handles the finances.
My man, I'm way ahead of you. I've got like a Sky News looking banner scrolling underneath my face. It's got Open Collective plastered all over it. Don't you worry about that.
Well, let's say that I'm blind and watching this stream. Where could I possibly go to donate to the SerpentOS project?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of depends. MasterCard or Visa?
Christ.
Sorry, I meant to say Chrome or Safari. Slip of the tongue. I'll have to Google it, but I'm fairly sure now that it's opencollective.com/SerpentOS. Sorry, nearly said that.
Is it
wrong.
SerpentOS or is it Serpent-OS?
It is the one that doesn't lead to a 404.
Okay, good.
I think the hyphen. I'm gonna be honest, I've never donated to myself. Someone asked, will we have a default desktop environment in SerpentOS? No, we'll have integrated desktop environments that you will choose what you want.
Yes, and to make it extremely clear to people that might be like, ooh, Budgie on SerpentOS. The Budgie that you experience or experienced, depending on your perspective, on Solus is not going to be the same as what you've experienced on SerpentOS, or what you will experience on SerpentOS. My goal with Budgie under SerpentOS is to ship whatever our defaults are in Budgie desktop repo, plus or minus some wallpapers, and obviously some applications or whatever, if there happens to be an addition that ships with Budgie. But we might even go so far, because I don't know what Aiki's line of thought is here with regards to the installer. Whether we're even going to have default applications, or if it's just git install what you want, besides like a small selection of things that are needed, like Moss.
I mean, we're having like a multi-layer approach to the repositories. There will be a community repo, but we also want to make it very easy for people to maintain their own repositories, whether that's within our infrastructure or outside of it. So Ermo had the idea of splitting things up into manageable domains, whether Budgie Desktop wanted their own domain within that infrastructure, or whether you wanted to roll your own repository so you could personally deliver bleeding edge packages. I mean, either is good. Having a CI approach that you can deliver to testers is very nice, and being on SerpentOS, being able to roll back when shit hits the fan is even nicer.
It's going to be very exciting to roll out broken versions of Budgie directly to people via Git. I'm so thrilled for that. Yeah.
Really looking forward to it.
Yep. But now, as Sarabit was the one that actually discovered this, I had gotten into the habit of just updating the Budgie desktop branding package that was in Solus. And I kind of forgot that we had all of our layout stuff there, and it was vastly different to the layout in actual Budgie. So that surprised Sarabit quite a bit when he installed it on Endeavor and was like, what is this top panel shite, and how do I nuke it?
I installed it and I was like, this is the same layout that I saw when I installed Solus for the first time in like 2017.
Yeah, so that's been fixed for the next version. He ported over the panel that I had set up, like all the layout stuff. And how do I disable the stupid drop shadow on this? Is it just part of the app?
I'm just staying very quiet at the moment because I don't personally want to take responsibility for anything.
But
But I'm fairly sure that was at the start of the Budgie 10 series, those schemas.
Yep.
I propose that we just blame Ike for everything from this point on.
I mean, that seems to be the easy way to
Why
do
not?
that, right?
Let's
I mean, we blame him for everything. We blamed him
years.
for everything else for years anyway. So what's
might as well
what's one
send
more
it to
what's
file,
one more
right?
thing?
Yeah, just join Reddit for Onyx Explorer. Jump in.
Yeah,
Sounds great. Means I'm off the hook.
this is true. Yeah. All right, so I'm not gonna try to. Oh, actually, we might be able to do it. Let's see if we do SX on this, and we do, is it border? Or is it box shadow?
So if this, if
Zero?
the deployment story
There
or
we go.
the repo story that I've written up doesn't work out, it's Ike's fault.
Correct. I mean, he is BDFL, right? You got to take
He is.
responsibility for the actions of the people below you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not even telling you what that D stands for.
Stands for damn good looking. All right, this is actually from material root. Let's go to.
I don't know if you can tell, but my cat is chilling, like a lot. He does that with his paws.
My dog does
Yeah.
that too.
I'm not going to deal with Roboto yet, but we will start adding.
The echo stuff is Discord and Element.
Variant. Oh, wall of text. I have an intro to IT degree that I haven't used since I got it in 2017. Watching these streams is inspiring to me. I love to build such things one day. I've been obsessed with OS related stuff since I was a preteen. I'm a soulless Budgie refugee myself, eagerly here, waiting. I'm gonna reread this part because I like this. I'm a soulless Budgie refugee myself, eagerly here, watching the developments for my new home on Serpent. Huge quote-unquote fan of your work. Well, thank you for those kind words. It's really appreciated. So, hopefully we'll make it a good home for you. So.
Oh yeah, that might do it. I mean, won't get the whole double feedback. But back to why I'm the most important person in the world. What was you saying, Josh?
I'm not sure I used that word, but I mean, if you want to think of it that way, you're welcome to.
No, honestly, it is nice to, come across people that have been around for a few projects and still have interest. It's kind of humbling. If you believe I can be humbled, I can. I just have a very loud mouth, but there's a humble core behind it.
I'm gonna snooze these ads. Snooze.
You all said a bit too fucking quiet there.
Way to go, guys.
Anytime.
Nice.
Hey man, I'm just reading Vala code.
Yeah, that would take all of your mental capacity for sure.
Yeah, it does. No, yeah, you're totally humble. Wow, good for you, buddy. All right. Humblest man I know.
Why can't I?
That there sounds like fighting talk.
There we
Don't
go.
make me fuck Budgie.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, when you said earlier that you were going to ship some like
already
presets
beat to it.
for distributions, you meant that you were going to ship Budgie and that's it, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he meant. I think he's actually dropping the plans for Plasma, and that wasn't really his decision. It's because Peter, aka Sunnyflunk, is just so excited to use Budgie and not use Plasma.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
You heard it here first.
All right, so we're gonna want a couple things on this side. So for this, we're gonna use a stack actually. On the stack, we're gonna have a couple links, which are going to be. Are they going to be React Router links, or what does Gatsby want you to do for links? That's the question. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Linking between nodes. All right, here we go. In order to link between pages, you could use Gatsby-link. Using Gatsby-link gives you performance benefits. Oh, it's the prefetching stuff. Alternatively, you can navigate between pages using the standard A tags, but you won't get the benefit of prefetching in this case. Gatsby will handle store restoration for you in most cases. To track and restore scroll position, you could use the use scroll restoration hook. So I do not want it to do prefetching. I am a tab user, yes. 100%. I only ever use spaces when it's forced on me. Otherwise, I use tabs. I know. Controversial. What could I say? So we're going to just use a ref is equal to about, and it's going to be typography SX. No, we're gonna do a variant of. I don't think we need it to be header level 6. Did I close that? Honestly, I should just switch to Vivaldi as well. Alright. And we're going to use subtitle 1. Now we're going to use about. A ref is equal to. Oh, yeah, that's going to be another thing. How do we want our documentation to be? Is that going to be a completely separate project, or is it going to be integrated in this? I feel like it should be integrated into this and be /docs. Typography, variant, subtitle 1, documentation, and then we're going to have a button. This is yikes though. Orientation horizontal. Sag. It's real sag. How did your Fedora journey go? There's some strangers on Reddit who handle the RPM Budgie package repo. I haven't tried it, but I've always wondered how it could work out. I dislike point releases personally. I see them as disposable operating systems. Well, truth be told, I've been so busy with other stuff that I installed Fedora on my laptop and I haven't touched it since. I can't speak to the situation with the RPM Budgie package repo, because for me, I'm just going to be building it from source anyways. So how they package it is kind of irrelevant to me. I do know a few people that work on Fedora, that work on DNF and all that kind of stuff. So I do anticipate that I'll reach out to them if I have any questions with that, and then try to hook up with those Budgie RPM folks. So I don't have anything against Fedora, to be clear. I just haven't gotten that far with it, so that's all. I mean, obviously, if I had anything against Fedora, I wouldn't be using Fedora server. I wouldn't have been using it for the last few years on my server. And basically every single VPS and dedicated server I use gets Fedora server on it. And obviously I wouldn't have flashed my laptop with it, so. They do a lot of good work, those Fedora and Red Hatters, so. Okay, we are going to want this to be in the toolbar. We are going to want, feel like aligned self. Is that gonna work? Aligned self. Flex ent. Well, I have the component here. Right, I have the extension. Is it this? So if I go to components here, by the way, this might look really gnarly. I mean, because it is. It's not going to look remotely like this when it's actually deployed, because then it's actually being compiled and it's only serving like this content with the index page like this. So plus or minus, it might have the route handler. I would imagine it would have that. It would be this stack. So we have aligned self. Can I So I could do margin start, margin inline start, auto. Excuse me. Oh, is this header not using inline flex? What is... Okay. If I drop this... So we only have left and right. This got changed. Let's change that back. Let's take a look at the stack again. So we could have item. Oh, we're not wrapping it in item. That might be something to do with it. Oh, you know what? It's probably from stack as well. Stack. Import item stack from. So now if we did item, save it. Let's see what happens now, please. Element type is invalid. Oh, right. There might not. There is. Okay. Forget. They have their own item thing, which is a styled thing. There is no actual item. Okay. I don't want dividers. I feel like it's something weird with the toolbar or app bar. Let's take a look at their API. App bar, toolbar, which I'm pretty sure I already have open, but whatever. Children of nodes. Alright, nothing there. Variant. Regular is default. I don't think it's the gutter padding, and we're gonna want that anyways. This is the icon button, so that's irrelevant. But it's still offset. It might be this. One of these I feel like is setting the orientation in a weird way. At this point, I'm not even sure why I'm using app bar and toolbar, because I've had to fuss around with it so much that it would have just been faster for me to use box and all that myself and stack. So, but I feel like just kind of ignoring that there's an issue and not trying to understand it is kind of a cop-out, so. Well, let's take a look at these again. By the way, your fab account should be back up again. You would just need to change your user title. I don't think I can do that. Let me check. Because I always remember as a admin, when I used to do that kind of stuff. I'll have to check after the stream. I would have to SSH into SoulStack Fab. I would have to, what was it? I would have to use the storage. They had a storage troop, basically. That, well, not troop, but they had a thing that basically would put you into MySQL as the user of Fab. You would then have to use Fabricator user. Then after that, you could query the Fabricator ID of the user. And then you would have to get their blurb, which was from a different table. You would then have to update the blurb to an empty string, and then also use their PHID. I could check though, if I can modify it again. So, God, why is Fab so bloody complicated? Yeah, it sucks in a lot of ways. It's great in a lot of ways, sucks in a lot of ways too. But I mean, I should be able to change it, because otherwise how would it have been able to have been set in the first place? So, let's see. Yeah, because it does say I'm experienced lead. Let me see if I could log in real quick. I'm not doing anything particularly interesting anyways. Source. Yeah, because I mean, obviously I don't want to misrepresent myself. I need my two-factor authentication code. Almost done here. Display preferences, I think. Oh wait, no, it's profile. Manage. Edit profile. I fixed it. Just shows me as user now. Yeah, in the future, like, you don't have to disable the user after defrocking them, if that was the intent. Or if the intent was to stop me from getting email notifications, I already had went into Fabricator, like before my account had been disabled, and just turned off all email delivery, so I don't get any emails about anything. So. Something regarding write access. Yeah, I mean, for that you don't disable the user, you remove them from the respective teams. I mean, that's what I did with, like, I think I did that with Irma's account. I don't think I disabled it. Anyways, whatever. No, okay, I'm just gonna use a stack for this. Like at this point, it's gonna look identical anyway. So if I just do this. So if I do that, and now it's aligned. But it's not aligned because the text has this weird alignment to it. Why? Why? Why don't you take up the entire Okay, so if I do on stack justify content, it should work. Justify content center. No. Align items. Let me check. Stack. But Serbe explicitly wanted his account disabled, so that's why I disabled his account, as he had requested that. If you're wondering why that's disabled. Center. I feel like that's gonna align it horizontally though. No, that fixed it. But justify content in it. All right, fair enough. Well, I guess we could still use toolbar and then use the stack. And then for these, we're gonna want, I don't think I could use, no, margin inline start auto. That should shove all the elements off to the side. No. Okay. Well, if I do it on typography, it should be fine. So instead of margin left, I'll do margin. We'll have 0 auto 0 1vh. Clean that up. That should have done it. That should have pushed it all the way over to this side, because we'd have margin of 0 on the top. Right would have been auto. 0 on bottom, 1 on VH. So. Double check this. It's being overridden by a margin left on the MUI stack root. Okay, so that is overriding our margins, which is probably why it was breaking with the stack to begin with. So if I remove spacing, that should fix it on the stack. Yes, it should have. If I need to, I'll use styled instead. Actually, I should probably just do that instead. I think it's from Styled Engine. I mean, this should do the trick though. I shouldn't need to do margin inline start as auto. That's not even doing anything either. Oh, you know why? It's because this stack isn't taking up, it's not allowing itself to grow. It wants to just be a real stack. So we're gonna do SX, and it's gonna be flex grow 1. There we go. Okay. So that fixes that. I still want to see if I can intermix spacing. And then do an explicit margin inline start. I'm gonna break this up. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that now, just to make it cleaner. Margin inline start. 1 VW. Margin inline end. Auto. We can have our variant. Do this. Love that emote, by the way. And we'll do this. There's an issue, so it failed to compile because of spacing. Because it only needs to be that. Okay, so that did fix it. So it was because I was using margin and not margin inline start and margin inline end explicitly. So when I was doing...
I accomplished something.
Nice, what'd you accomplish?
So I changed the sizing of how the panel works. Previously, the task list icons weren't actually square. They were slightly wider because they were affected by how the panel's sized. Because, as you probably know, the size that we have set in Budgie desktop settings is actually the size of the panel plus the shadow,
Yep.
Sort of. So what I did was I sort of changed the adjustment so that it subtracts an offset off of what we have in settings, so that the setting that you set in settings is applied directly to the size of the panel. So the panel itself, if you set 36, is now 36 pixels tall, and the icon task list buttons are now square.
Nice. You know,
This
something you could do if you want to expand on that is take a look at that improving icon task and see about doing something similar or maybe identical to what I proposed for eliminating the annoying step count on the icons,
Yes,
but instead do
the
downscaling.
step scaling icon, because that's actually especially awful for high DPI. I noticed when I
Yep,
tried testing
high DPI, and it's really annoying for docs as well.
Yeah, I can look at that. I could give that a look. I'm gonna commit this first because this is actually necessary for the shadow change because
Right.
it changes how everything's laid out.
Cool.
But I figured I could probably split it out into something separate. So finally, I got something done.
Nice. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm almost done with the toolbar at the top of the website. So I haven't
Budgie website's gonna take a while, huh?
I haven't exactly made the amount of progress I wanted to. We'll get there, but you know.
You did kind of bring this on yourself by using React for this.
Well, this is actually kind of me fighting with the Material UI library of all things, because of some of the stuff it does with its app bars and toolbars and stacks and how the spacing, what that transforms into for margins and dealing with that and trying to do some left alignment stuff and some right alignment stuff in a way that respects RTL and LTR and yeah, so.
I feel like you could probably tell why I don't really like web dev that much.
Yeah. But you know, you also spent how long digging around with something just for drop shadows? So you're not doing much better than me there, pal, okay?
Okay, but I am nothing if not persistent.
This is true.
You know that better than anyone.
I will 100% give you that.
Okay, I'll commit this and then I'll look at the task list issue and see if I can come up with anything good to do. I will say though, because it changes the offset for the setting, this will change the defaults. So people who have 39 set in their settings will have a bigger panel now when they update.
Okay.
As long as that's fine.
All right, so we have the styled utility. So what I'm going to want to do is have a link. So we're going to have const link. And this is actually, you know what? We're going to do something a bit different here. Well, actually, now I think about it, maybe not yet. We're going to refactor this at some point though. And we're going to have this as system instead. System. So we're gonna have const, and it's gonna be no deco link. And we're gonna do styled, and we're gonna have an A. Give me an A. And we're gonna do text decoration. None. We're also gonna do a color. Probably. Or do I want a color? I do eventually want to create a theme. But at the same time, I'm going to be
Never mind, I spoke too soon.
Uh-oh.
I just need to do some more math. I got it, it's working. It's just a matter of figuring out what offsets I actually need to get the size I want.
Gotcha. Cannot find text decoration. You literally presented me with the option and what? And now, okay. Honestly, sometimes this thing. Eventually, we'll switch this to using a theme. And we'll do some explicit stuff with that. But for now, let's see about if this works. If I can find it. What happened here? Why is it? What? It worked, and then I changed that one thing, and now it's... Did I just forget to save or something? Let me... Hold on. I don't believe this. Did I just forget to... No. Couldn't have just forgotten to save. Now if I add it back... Why is it overriding it? Oh. Yeah, okay. I understand why now. Isn't there a literal spacing element? I feel like there is. Like a spacer. That's data grid. Layout hidden. No, that's deprecated. I was just thinking of having an element that takes up the... Actually, that wouldn't work anyways because of the spacing thing. So... we do that. That'll fix. That'll fix this. Okay, that looks fine. And then this, we're gonna do margin inline. of 1 VW. Then update these. Okay, so that's sorted. We need to change the coloring of it. I'm gonna do header link instead of no deco link. And now that I think about it, I probably could have just used a button for this. Because I think you could tie that into the routing. Like if you literally just had a text button instead of a link. Should I try that? Should I give that a go? Let's do that. Why not? What do we have to lose? I remember doing this here.
Right, Cyber, do you mean my desktop audio or someone else's?
What's going on?
Before I do this, though, before anyone asks, that's literally something I wrote there, so I'm not like ripping off somebody else. I'm not sure I have enough things open here. API. Might be button base, actually. Link component should be A by default. Needs to be able to hold a ref. An action is of type ref. Do they have one where it's just URL? Surely they do, right? Or you can add the Konami code to the site. That's the important part. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I think I would have a. Well, what would you use for start? Because isn't it up, down, A, B, or is it up, down, oh God, Konami code. Up, down, left, right. Oh, I guess it would just be BA. For some reason, I remember there being a start. I guess enter. Could consider that when I start teasing out Budgie 11 stuff, if I use the Konami code. You guys can't share that though. If I was to do that, okay? That would be our little secret. And other people would have to figure it out for themselves. And that's the way you enter Budgie 11 land. I guess I could use React. Well, I don't want to use React Router. That's the thing. Oh, they just have a links thing here. Oh my god. Unbelievable. And you could set underline of none. I don't know why I didn't think they would have that. It makes perfect sense that they would. Link. Rip this out. It's literally just link ref underline equals none. And then we could do sx equals margin. VH. Oh, 1PW. Right, and then link. Copy this. Actually, it's this. I don't think we'll need typography, but we'll find out. Because they have variant. Which, oh, and you know what? That is from the, okay, so I won't need it. Just do this variant equals subtitle 1. And then do this. About. And grab that. And you know what? We're just gonna, because I'm lazy. Dots. Okay. So if I go back to this, there. Okay. What other APIs do they have? They have color. So we can set the color directly, which would be kind of nice. Style overrides the theme. Because I want to say primary color. I go to a palette. So they have palette primary dark. I'm gonna want to override that. Color. So let's see about this. So we're gonna go source. We're gonna open theme.ts tsx, right? I don't want to define all of it though. So I'm hoping palette. We're gonna have dark, and this dark color is not actually controversial. What are you using to show the indent arrows in VS Code? You mean this? Like for the tabs? I think it's just the indent markers. Editor guides indentation. Controls whether the editor should render indent guides. And then there's another one for highlighting the active indentation as well. So yeah. editor guides indentation. Yeah, as I was saying, controversial moment. I'm actually contemplating changing the blue to a green, including on the Budgie logo. I know, it's a big change. I just want separation from what was previously the Souls blue. That's all. Okay, so we do that. Oh, you know what? It's palette and it's primary as an object. And then dark. Didn't know. Yep, it's fine. There are 1,000,000,001 settings. So it's completely understandable that that you wouldn't know. Now, does this just work TM? Like, how do I actually use it? So we create a theme. Oh, we specify a theme provider. Okay. So in our index here, you're going to want to import theme provider from MUI material. And we're going to want to hopefully not break the world. Oh, we're not even exporting it. Export default. Site theme. Import site theme from do that. All right. So we have our theme here. We have our theme provider. Theme is this. Our site theme provider. Okay. The color primary provided to augment color is invalid. The color object needs to have a main property or a 500 property. Needs to have a main property. Okay. Try this for now. No, there we go. Okay. So that works probably because it's the main. Which I don't actually want, come to think of it. Main should be, you know what, we're gonna do 3s there. Dark is going to be light is going to be that for now. We have palette success main is going to be that green color that we grabbed from our mockup. Now this should revert our link. It did. Okay, great. Next, what we're going to want to do is have a button. And what I'll actually do is what I did in my demo here. So I'll have an on click in my nav. So we're going to have a normal button. So funnily enough, I have to import that again. Import button from @MUI material. Well, we'll try with just the normal component stuff first and see from there. Button, component. Let's just do button ref. Google.com. Test. I don't know if it's going to do anything. Okay, so it will just work. Perfect. All right. So if we go to button, we go up to basic, we're going to want a contained button. So this is going to be a variant. It's going to be /get. So it's going to be get budgie. And I like doing this sort of indentation and line breaking because it's easier for me to very quickly add and remove elements. Sometimes if I don't feel like I need the content to be separate, I don't know, with links it's a bit different, but with this I know I'm going to have to either use styling or I'm going to have to use the theme. Speaking of which, how am I going to even do the color? All right, so we're going to do color is according to our theme. Main success. Color success. The color of success. All right. Let's try. We need variant of contained. Okay, go over to here. That's progress. I want, for one, the button to be larger. So we're going to do a couple things. If I could find it. I have way too many links open. I could close that for now. Close this for now. I'm going to have... Oh, you know what? Actually, let's open up that toolbar. I know something I will do that I didn't actually show. But we'll go to button here. We are going to want sizes. So it's going to be a size is medium. We'll try medium at first, and then if it doesn't work out, we're going to go with large. So we have that. Next, we are going to want the text color. So we have that, which is fine. But what about the color of the text itself? I'm not seeing any clear indication of that, so we might have to use SX for the styling. So let's try that. We're going to do this, and then it's going to be color. I don't know if we're going to be able to do the primary dot light. Is that gonna work? Oh my god, it does work. Really? So if I copy this, I change it to red. Wow, that actually works. I was honestly not expecting that of Material UI to actually work that way. Perfect. All right, let's change this to large. So I think that's a good start. Now, the one thing I was thinking was possibly, actually, or would we want that only in the documentation? That's the real question. So my line of thinking is, do we want a search bar somewhere in the top? And then that would show results probably from the actual documentation center itself. Because right now it's kind of clean. Oh, I don't know. I'm really divided on this. Because it might go in like the center. Let's take a look at their toolbar, right? Because in their toolbar, they show, actually it's app bar technically. If we go to so app bar, like they show a toolbar here. They show it here as well. So they use a search icon with a input base. Do they not actually have just a search? Huh. I mean, I guess technically we'd probably be using autocomplete, right? Or text field. Text field, do they have something where it is responsive? We won't worry about it for now. Getting ahead of ourselves. Okay. Finally have the toolbar done. Next, what we're going to want to do is have our hero banner for the home page, right? So this is going to be this thing here. So for that, we're going to have components. I want to have maybe a dedicated components pages/home hero banner.tsx, right? What we're going to have is a pretty basic component. So we're going to import hey Fullman. I'm going to import React like so. We're going to have an export const hero banner as a React functional component, passing in props, which we don't use. And we are going to return, the first thing is an empty Ruby like this. So once we do this, actually we might want to just use a box and then a stack. So how's the Moss and Budgie development going, Ike and Cerebit?
Well, Ike's taking a breather.
Okay.
I've confused myself because somehow I managed to get the panel to shrink by 6 pixels every time I reinstall Budgie, and I thought I knew where I did that, but I'm very confused.
Get to shrink by 6 pixels.
Yeah, like I thought I knew why it happened, but it's proving to be a little harder to chase down. There's a lot of size weirdness going on with Budgie in general.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like magic numbers and stuff too, so.
Yeah. I think I've come somewhat close to figuring out where it is.
Yeah.
Man, almost got it. Come on. Don't shrink by 6 pixels, please. Please. Oh, it got bigger by 6 pixels.
What the?
What is happening?
I mean, to be fair, you did say it would increase But our default shadow isn't 6 pixels in height, so
It's 5. No, like, so the reason I'm doing this is to try and separate the shadow size from the panel size, so that the panel size you set is the actual size of the panel
Right.
itself without the shadow. I just, at some point, I changed something that I need to reinstall Mesa again. It's because I'm remake building. Okay. Please, work. Don't increase the panel size.
Why do you need?
It didn't increase the panel size.
nice.
I
So-
didn't change anything.
For those
But-
wondering what the hell is going on and you don't know about the multi-stream stuff, I mean I don't know how. I guess it's theoretically possible that you just happened to have my Twitch notifications enabled and you found out this way. But anyways, there's the multi-stream. So there you go. I just happened to open Twitch right now. Gotcha. Yeah, so this is actually a multi-stream. It would usually be through the normal multi-stream methods or address and all that. However, Mr. Ike likes to stream directly to the Serpent OS YouTube channel. So we have to use something special. That actually seems to be turning out just fine. So there's that.
So Joey asked what the Mesa. Joey's in my chat now. He asked what the Mesa bug is. So Josh and I both are experiencing this where it's not always, it's usually after the first compilation. If you remake your build directory in Budgie Desktop, this is on Solus only. If you remake your build directory on Budgie Desktop and try to compile, it'll complain about libmutter 9, like some symbol missing, and the only way to fix it is to reinstall Mesa.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not even an issue with Mutter itself. Like recompiling Mutter against MesaLib doesn't resolve the issue. I tried that and it's still an issue with that. So it's not some like weird symbol linking in that space, at least from what I saw. So yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just, whenever I remake build, I just have to reinstall Mesa for some reason.
So
But I just tap up twice and then I have the command, so it's not really that big a deal.
for this styling, what I'm
Also, hello, Joey.
gonna want to do is have a max width of 1860 and then go from there, because there is a way of doing responsive designs at certain breakpoints. Actually, I think it might even be within SX. In fact, if I check under breakpoints here, this is a bad example, but yeah, you could do like XS and XL and all that, and here are like the corresponding dimensions. So I'm not going to use this, at least not entirely. There is another function that I want to say is from React or similar. I would have to double check. Where did I pull it from? Is it PhotoGrid that I use it? Somewhere. Search for mobile. Oh wait, no, it's I think it's use media query. No, I don't want to close two windows. Yes, it's use media query. So with this, what I could do is I could specify a media query to use as the condition, and then if that condition is satisfied, we can use it in the styling. At least that's my understanding. That's what I did here. I think I did a bit differently here though. So we will do that at some point, because I actually don't like their breakpoint. Can I set? Oh, you know what? Can we just define our own breakpoint? Oh my god, what if we can? what if in our theme we have palette? What if we have breakpoints? And within breakpoints, we have values. And within our values, oh, you need to use module augmentation. Did it generate a .tsx? Right, a .tsconfig. Did not. Let's do this then. tsconfig.json. There. So for this, it's specifying ECMAScript 6 and DOM as the libs. No explicit any. It's saying, well, no implicit any. So something can't be any. No implicit this. It's fine. Strict null checks is fine. We'll keep this. Oh, it is freaking out now about. That should fix it. It's only after I added this. Cannot use JSX unless JSX flag is set. Is it compiler? So it wasn't these. I need to set a mode.
Josh.
Yes.
Ebon says that they should have sorted out your fab access about a half an hour ago.
Yep, I already went in and fixed my title and all that, so. Yeah, Gert let me know. So.
Now you can submit the MesaLib bug.
Well, not much point now, given Joey already knows.
Yeah, Joey's looking at it. He'll fix it. Joey, you are a gem, and Solus is lucky to have you.
Well, just be aware that the only person that'll be able to verify it is Sarah at this point. So, you know.
Yeah, I can validate it for you since I'm still on Solus at the moment.
Awkward, you know, but
I've got a lot of stuff on my laptop I can reinstall because there's not much value on there, but my desktop has so much junk on it and all.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
And whatnot.
It took me 2 days for me to sort out, Elder Scrolls Online on Endeavor OS to get it working. When all I did was a verbatim copy of stuff, whereas me setting it up on Solus was legitimately 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I had to debug random cert issues and all sorts of random crap. People, and also this is something that really has always pissed me off and will continue to piss me off. So I'm gonna be a Solus apologist about this. Is people need to shut the hell up about Solus not having a bunch of applications in the repository, because half the stuff I pulled down and I use on a daily basis at the moment on Endeavor OS is from the AUR. And guess what you have to do with stuff from the AUR? You have to compile it. And guess what you don't have to do with Solus for all those things that you normally would have to compile? You just pull them down from the binary repository and it's installed and you're good to go in 2 seconds. But instead, what I have to do is for something basic like QO Notes, which is a note-taking application that for whatever reason is only in the AUR and not even in the community repository of Arch Linux, I have to compile that every single time I even want to update it. And it's not as fast as me updating it, say, in Solus land, because it can't leverage stuff like Ccache.
Yep. Yeah. I like the amount of stuff that's in the AUR, but I do miss the fact that Solus had a bunch of stuff that would have been in the AUR in its actual repository.
Yep.
There's merits to both systems, truthfully, but I I know a lot of people complain about the stuff that's in the Solus repository, but it had pretty much everything I needed. If it didn't, then I submitted the ticket to have it included. Usually it was accepted, so
Yep.
I didn't really mind. Okay, I think I've identified an issue. For some reason, when I install new version of Budgie and then restart the panel, the settings just aren't sticking, which is weird, and I don't know why it's happening.
Double check that there isn't a glib schema error, because that's something I noticed, and I need to take a look at it, because I feel like it was one of the changes that Foss Freedom had made a while back, though, to be fair, regarding the Budgie vendoring of some of the settings for the window manager and the like, or maybe it was some overrides that for whatever reason the glib compile schemas was flipping out about now at this point. So most of the stuff
Noted. I don't see any, but I'll keep an eye out.
most of the stuff that needs to be compiled manually in the AUR has a bin package. A Libre Wolf and Ungold, for example. Sure, but stuff like QO Notes doesn't. And for a lot of the things, it requires that the upstream provides precompiled binaries. So it's a little bit different. But yes, there are merits, as Sarabit had mentioned, to both systems. You know, having a mix of a binary and source repository so easily at your disposal, especially with something like using Yay, you know, because with Yay, you could just grab something from the AUR or you grab something from the repository. It makes no difference. It's all within a single interface rather than you having to necessarily fall back to Pacman. Is really handy, I gotta say. That being said, Yay, in terms of the rest of its utilities, really sucks. Like, it doesn't do dependency resolution all that well. If you go to remove something, rather than making sure it removes the rest of the chain, like, it just fails. It doesn't do cleanup all that well. Like, you could tell it's bolted on top of Pacman, as opposed to being a proper package manager. But yeah, has its pros and cons. No intervention. Yay makes Arch easy. Yeah. Also, Typescript is greater than Endeavor. Sure, but you might want to think about it from my perspective. I was developing an operating system for almost 7 years, right? For once in my life, I wanted to just install something else, of course, and not go through like all the steps that you would with something like Arch, which I have done in the past. And it's not like it's that complicated, you know, doing your partitioning and doing the installer stuff. It's not complicated. So for me, just going with the Endeavor Calamares-based installer was great. Yeah, and the fact that, you know, they ship Budgie and they have it as an option in their installer. Obviously, it provides me incentive to work directly with them because they have the capability to make refinements on top of that experience if they so choose. So me being in that community and using Endeavor OS and Budgie and sort of living through it provides insights like I did with Sarabit, where we discovered, you know, our panel configuration was out of date in mainline Budgie compared to, for example, Solus. So this third-party
You guys still cracking on all right over there?
Yep, we're doing good. Welcome back. How are you doing on Serpent stuff?
Well, I had to quickly run there to change the gas bottle. It was a big 47 kilo gas bottle went out. Wife was in the shower at the time. So,
oh, okay. I could see how that would be a priority.
Yeah. So I had to go over there. It's like a big. Well, it's a fucking massive. What is it? 30 mil spanner. So going over change the gas. So in terms of Serpent stuff, we're now using the configuration file to create the plugin, which is fine. It's all management thing. We added code to update all the repos, and it's downloading those index files to specific directories and then loading from them. There's no like verification in hash sums at the moment. That's very, very trivial to add. In terms of what I'm doing at the moment, that's basically fluff, even though it's important.
Right.
Then I restored the code for downloading files from a repo, which now means I'm at the point where I can use MOS to install packages from a repo to a destination directory.
Very nice.
How about you?
I got done with the with the toolbar on the site, and now I'm working on the hero banner for it. So, yeah, nothing exciting at all. Me fighting.
I'm currently cursing you and anyone else who touched panel.vala.
Yeah, boy. That code is perfect.
There's so many magic numbers, and it's not pushing, like, for some reason it still has the offset, like it's still applying the offset, even though it shouldn't be, because I removed the code that applies the offset. So who knows, man.
So there's some code in there which in the top level container there's some code hooked up as well as in like the panel itself, so the containers have to override for the top level window because GTK was completely retarded at the time.
Still is,
the offset,
to be fair.
Yeah, and that's why there's a lot of magic numbers. I think most of them are 6 and 8 in terms of the offsets. It was to force it, and at one point it used to result in completely square buttons, but GTK being what it is, completely changes how it implements every point release. So sometimes we had square buttons, sometimes we had slightly upland buttons, and it was just a complete joke. So that's why there's the magic numbers. That's why it looks like we're trying to implement 2 different layout managers in parallel, because that was the only way to do it.
Because GTK. Okay. Given that perspective, yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah, I mean, it was kludgy fix on top of kludgy fix to keep things in place. Like even with the original Budgie popover code, what we were finding is we were having to jump from the top to the bottom of the screen when we used a GTK popover, even with the hack, because the acquisition hadn't been quite done yet. It was like a lazy initialization after everything was realized. So your offsets were using the cached results from the last render. So you was getting an offset of 0 when you knew for a fact you were supposed to be at, say, like 19 something.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha.
Basically, much sucky.
Yeah. Now I'm dealing with the consequences.
Well,
See if this works.
I'll get through it. I'm persistent.
yeah, I got nothing to add to that. Like, I'm well shot at that shit.
It's our problem now. You get to just chill there in paradise. Living in an Amish paradise. Let's see if this works. Hello. Okay. Living in the Souls paradise, nice. Okay. So what we're gonna want to do next is we're gonna want to have our background, which in our case is going to be this vector. So we need to pull that in, which is, where do I even have that? That is in my documents. And it's, I want to say it's this. It is, okay. 900 kilobits. Let's see if we could do some optimizations with that real quick. We're gonna compress. I want to open with Inkscape. I don't want to export as a PNG. I still want it as a vector. save as header opti, which is basically this, and then do an optimized SVG. Yes, do all of that. Yes, override the content. This is also another thing. I've had to install so much stuff on top of Inkscape in order to get half the stuff to work. Like I had to add Scour in order to do the, and look at this, I get random Python errors for script execution. This doesn't happen under Solus. This is like, when we talked in Solus land, have you decided? Yes, it's gonna be C. As per
Josh,
my,
I want to hear you answer that question in chat.
which one?
The one about using Vala for Budgie 11. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't want to hear Rust at any point in that response.
It's gonna be C and possibly Rust.
I'm leaving the project.
Well,
So long as I
so
don't
here's
touch
my reasoning for potentially using Rust. It would be 1 for the window manager, and 2, well, the reason why it would be for the window manager is because if we're doing Wayland oriented stuff, Wayland in some other window managers like Mutter has the tendency to, when the window manager shits itself, kills the entire session because the window manager can't properly recover. So that's like the one place where I really want to make sure we're doing as much proper memory handling as possible. And obviously some of that's going to have to be kicked off to, I guess, unsafe Rust in the form of C. But we will have to see where we get. But the panel, the control center, all of that is going to be C.
Joe, just to interrupt you before I respond, Joey, try switching branches to the dock shadow branch after you compile it, and then try compiling again, because I think it might only happen if you do source changes after compiling it once. Josh, on your point, that makes sense. I will still be upset about it, but I get it. I think doing the window manager in Rust, if you really, really need that memory safety, so long as, because Rust can be unsafe if you ignore all the protections it puts in place, but so long as you use them and try your best to write safe code, I think it might be a good idea to do that for us.
Yeah, because for us, like, it's okay if a panel crashes. It'll be able to recover. You're not losing your work or anything as a result. Window manager crashes, and we've all seen, well, most of us have seen what happens under, say, GNOME Shell when Mutter crashes and you're under Wayland. Maybe Ike has experienced
it's not
it.
Good.
This music's almost over, so I might have to restart it again. I don't know why I used that. I'm so used to like using this button for just OBS and not Discord as well. So
I just have I have noise torch on for background noise, so I don't even have a
Shell's my baby. I don't care what nobody say.
OBS actually.
This person asks, can't you use existing window manager? Do you have to reinvent the wheel? Well, for one, it would be WL roots based, so we would be, for the most part, not reinventing the wheel. We would be leveraging all the work that the people on WL roots and Sway have done, and all the standards for the Wayland protocols that they have implemented to do the brunt of the work. What we would want to be doing on the window manager side of things is, providing any supplemental protocols that we want to facilitate functionality, say over dbus or what have you, for say Raven or all of our panels and the panel manager to allow things to communicate in sort of more of an X way, where you don't lose out on a bunch of functionality. We'd also want to tack on stuff that would be integrated, such as the ability to do some positioning, say through the command line or something. In addition to that, you'd want stuff like tiling and so on and so forth. So I don't know why I always have to restart this audio. There we go.
I think that's about all I can possibly do on stream today, given the immense amount of Murphy's Law that's happened today. I set out to install things from configure repo, and I'm glad I have. The other stuff is fluff and polish and error handling, and it's mundane and boring as all shit.
Yeah.
So I'll say thank you for everyone who's watched. Thanks guys for having me. And
Of course.
see you in a bit.
It's for hanging around.
No worries, no worries.
Good to talk to you, because I think this is the first time we've spoken on voice.
Yeah, I don't really speak to many people on voice, to be honest. I have an isolated existence.
Me too.
I'm gonna make a move then and sort them devil children out that I love so much.
Have a good rest of your night.
Yep, see you, bud.
And you guys. Cheers everyone. Bye.
Let me take a look at your stream. Show off what you've got so far, because I've been looking at my stuff the whole time.
Dude. Okay, well, I mean, what I will show off first is the mock-up, because I feel like that's going to be more impressive than what I've done so far.
Okay.
So this is what my current line of thinking for the Budgie site is. So you have your banner, obviously at the top, with some about, a link to the documentation that'll be there, and then Get Budgie, which will link to a dedicated page that'll list all the various operating systems, and like for Ubuntu Budgie, it'll talk about their Budgie extras and so on and so forth. So it has this big hero banner. So this is from Free Pick, and then I slapped on the Budgies here, which I was telling people earlier, a controversial thing I might do is finally separate it from the Souls blue and make it green, but we'll see.
That is a
I know that's
interesting take.
that's a bold decision. I know.
Yeah.
Is to finally do away with the blue. Anyways, so it'd be this, and then you have the Budgie menu thing. I'll probably rip out the panel from this image here, but it talks about Budgie panel. It talks about quote unquote control your fingertips with Raven. This only shows an example of Ubuntu Budgie, but what I plan on doing is booting into the operating system that you use, just on my laptop and on a live USB, and like tinkering around with the panel layouts and then taking screen caps of those. So I have multiple examples of how you could leverage Budgie desktop settings to personalize Budgie.
You could probably put that in a carousel. Kind of a carousel, but like instead of having it all like laid out side by side, you could have like a scroll thing.
Yeah. And then we have a couple banners, a couple things that take up half width, where it's built by the community. So that would take you to a documentation center for how to get involved. They had like an article on that. And then Getting Budgie takes you the same thing at the headers. So, I mean, as I was telling people, like Budgie itself, like if you take a look at say KDE or GNOME, they hype up a lot of like all their apps that they ship and all that, because for them, they're an ecosystem and they consider themselves to be more products rather than platforms. I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
So that's what they talk about most heavily. Whereas for us, Budgie is really, it's a simple desktop environment. There isn't a lot happening with it. At least in my opinion. So there isn't like a lot to.
That's one of the things I like about it. Is that it's not trying to be everything like GNOME and KDE are.
Yeah, I know. For Budgie 11, it's going to try to make it so you don't even have to use GNOME shell. It'll have the stuff you would want, but that would be by extension of improvements to stuff like Budgie menu.
Yeah.
So
I think the mock-up looks good.
So this is the mock-up, but if I go to the website, this is it.
Let's see what the real site looks like.
Whoa! I know, there's so much content. Wow, I'm blown away.
Whoa! I think that's good for prod. You should just ship that.
Yeah, I should just ship it. I mean, who needs like release? Oh, something I forgot to mention, and it's not shown anywhere, but it's something I plan on using. I will actually go to the component. One sec. People have been asking for roadmaps for things for a long time.
Yes, they have.
Well, guess what I want to have? You leveraging the timeline functionality in Material UI. A roadmap. And I want to eventually have it where you could dive into individual components. They'll be clickable or something, and you can look at the status of them. And if there's any information on the, like on a GitHub issue, it'll reference those as well. So
that's a really cool feature. I can't wait for the roadmap feature to not be followed.
Well, there's not going to be any timelines associated with it, despite using the timeline component.
Ah.
Yes.
So Budgie doesn't provide ETAs either.
No, of course not. I mean, I haven't even added time like ETAs for minor releases of the 10 series. So
yeah.
Let alone 11.
Well, it is a volunteer project. I think not having deadlines is probably a good thing.
Yeah. So it's been really nice to see yourself and NHV and Eben Yeager and everybody, Foss Freedom, stepping up. And also Kodak as well, I think is what he's called. Working on the window manager stuff, which has been super exciting to see, some actual tiling functionality going on. Although it seems like some people are salty about the fact that I want it to be more Pop OS style. Or, I don't know, like basically Windows does for their tiling a lot of the time as well, than using an applet in the panel. To me, that's more jank, but obviously that's my opinion. Well, I'd like to have both, but he's been working on tiling so you could do easier vertical and horizontal tiling, because right now you could do vertical, you can't do horizontal, and you could only do side by side between two applications. But what if you just had a bunch of applications open on your main display and you're like, give me tiles for all the things, and it did it.
That would be really cool.
So they've been working on that, which is super great.
I probably won't use it, truthfully. I just like drag to the sides to tile, but I am looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah,
I think it's something that Budgie could definitely use.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think it's especially useful on like super ultra wides where you might want to have three things side by side by side.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm on 16:9.
Yeah,
1080p, so that's not really an issue for me. But for someone on ultra wide, yeah, 100%.
So I mean, that's I would say the biggest driver is that. Obviously, it'll be nice once that tiling code is in. We could use it as a launching point for other functions in the tiling, like grid, which I think would be more valuable to people regardless of screen resolution. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's really nice to see people jumping in and hacking away at it.
Yeah, all I have is one issue assigned to myself. Everything else is up for grabs, people.
Which I really appreciate.
So.
Coming from Solus, where it was you guys were handling basically everything and we had to scrounge for scraps, it's a nice change of pace. Little
crumbs. Yes. Let me rewrite qual assist. Num. Yes.
Yep. And then not have a review for a whole last year.
And then I land it, and then...
And then you land it, and 2 days later we're out anyway.
Yeah.
It was worth it to learn Go, though.
Yeah. And hopefully they'll still use it. I mean, the code was good. There's no reason why they wouldn't, so...
Yeah. And I'm fine with it. Like,
yeah.
take it. Take my code. Run with it. Like I gave.
No,
I gave
what?
my,
Are you telling me that it's okay for them to use it because it's under an open source license? How very dare you?
What?
I know.
No.
Yeah.
I would never say that. Okay, now I think I fixed it. I think I figured out how all the constants
Does this
work.
work?
I just need to test
Maybe.
if I need to change anything on the other panel sizes. And I think I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna read this out just because I think it applies for both of us here a bit.
Yeah.
But Tyler says, Josh, ignore this if you want. Is it time to jump ship from Solus? I need a professional's opinion on this, not heresy. I feel it is no longer safe to use, but I hate the others like Fedora, SUSE, Debian, etc. There's no other desktop curated ruling option that's better yet. Everything besides Solus litters the upgrade process with URLs and nonsense. I would say it's fine so far. Keep an eye on it, of course. But syncs are still going to be happening. There's tons of updates by people like Gert and Joey that are happening. Other people are getting involved. They're switching things out in terms of their decisions. Some of them I don't necessarily agree with, but hey, not my problem because it's not my project, so whatever. But the sky isn't falling, I guess is what I would say in terms of Solus. So
Yeah, just keep an eye on it. Like I'm switching from Solus because I am not with the project anymore and I want to give Arch a shot.
Yeah.
But I don't really see a reason for you to leave Solus or for anyone to leave Solus unless they feel like it's not a space they want to be in anymore.
Yeah,
and if you
there's
like
no
it more
reason
than
to
any
like
other
freak
distro,
out.
keep using it.
Yeah, I would say it's probably fine. And hopefully they'll have some blog posts or something coming up. And hopefully I'll get emailed back regarding things.
You could probably answer this. Is the panel wider when it's on the side of the screen than it is tall when it's on the bottom and top?
Is it wider when it's on? Say that again?
Is it wider? Like when it's on the sides, it's rotated,
Right.
right? Like it's vertical instead of horizontal. Is the width when it's on the sides bigger than the height when it's on the bottom or top? Like, is it intentionally made slightly wider?
I don't think so. At least it's definitely not intentional.
Okay.
I don't think we're making those sorts of changes. I think we're just changing the... Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Let me test it out. I'm gonna reset and then reinstall and see if it's my changes that have changed it or not.
Thanks, man, and thanks for not being dismissive about it. It could be easy to hold animosity, but you approach it with respect for the team. I mean, there's a lot of great people that are working on it. Like, I don't have anything against them. There were some decisions I didn't agree with. Then I decided, okay, well, it's time to move on. It's as simple as it gets. Like, it's okay to move on from things. Like, there's still tons of people working on it. So,
People I like working on it.
yep. fork Souls. Hell no. There is too much technical debt. There is so much shit that would have to be rewritten. I would say this. Serpent OS is kind of like Souls 2.0. Like, if you were to think about it objectively speaking, like the package manager being rewritten, right? The way it's doing subscription stuff, and subscription isn't like payment subscription. It's like you're subscribing to a set of packages, like for instance, locale, right? That stuff would have been nice to see in the Souls package manager, so you wouldn't have to have 400 million different locales for languages you don't speak, clogging up your system for a bunch of applications. Whereas, you know, you might only speak like Finnish or English or Spanish or whatever. So you have that. You have support going in for multiple architectures, right? And doing things in a way that you're able to do specific optimizations or sets of optimizations for given architectures. Now, I would like to clarify that I'm saying all this and I know very little about Moss, which is like the package management stuff, and Boulder, which is build tooling. I'm fairly new to the project, and I'm just like a normal person like anybody else that would be in the community, so which is kind of refreshing, not knowing details. So rather than knowing literally everything.
So it's not an issue with my code. It is actually wider. It's 36 pixels tall, at least my version. Before the total was 39 pixels, I think. Let me look. So it's 47 pixels wide when it's in vertical mode, and it's 39 pixels wide when it's in horizontal mode.
A 10 pixel difference. Why?
Yeah, I don't know why. It might be because of the clock.
Oh. Yeah,
because the clock is horizontal.
It's
stretching it out.
Yeah.
But if it's not my fault, then it's not my problem. So I don't have to fix it. Not yet.
Well, and to be honest, I'm not even sure that's really much of a problem, because you would expect it to increase in width to account for the change in the clock width, as an example. So
yeah, I mean, we could maybe implement like text wrapping for the clock. So like,
yeah,
if it says 3:11 p.m., we could have the p.m. wrapped down.
Right. Or, you know, if it's like 20 to 11, you just split it in half, and there you go.
Yeah. So there's ways we could resolve it, but not right now.
Not today. What do we say to bug fixing? Not today.
I'll do it later.
Yeah, that's been the motto of Budgie 10 series. I'll do it later.
Ebon says, honestly, I'd rather vertical panel be wider by default. I think there's merit to that, yeah. I don't know. We might have to implement like a setting for difference in default horizontal panel width and vertical panel width if we wanted to do that, which I wouldn't really be opposed to. Something to look into, I guess.
Do I have to restart the npm run develop in order for it to copy the assets? I want to make a distro called Minix, where the meme is the M can mean whatever you want it to mean. My Linux, Micro Linux, Mason Linux, Meme Linux. And it has a live environment that gives you tools in base packages to build either a minimal or full featured system. Sorry, wrong chat. So what, like Slackware or Arch? Because I mean, if you think about it, you don't have to, like Slackware or Gentoo, like you don't have to use precompiled binaries for anything. You could do all the toolchain stuff yourself if you really wanted. Where is this image? Gib image, please. Background image. It has it. It's right there. Oh, you know what? It's doing... that? No. That can't be right. DevOS is the way. Yeah. I will show you the way. Oh. Okay. So they're using like the string interpolation, rejection, or injection stuff. URL is not defined. Oh, it's because it's the entire thing. Interesting. Okay, so if I did that, it went back over. Okay, so we need to do background scaling. Background size contain. Cover. This isn't 400 pixels though. It's 876. Okay. We'll go 880. Background size contain. Background. No, that can't be right either. I know there's object fit stuff. We did object fit fill. Background repeat. No. That's no hyphen repeat. Actually, if we nuke this. Cover, contain, scale down. All right, chat. Do we want bottom or top? Are you a bottom kind of person or are you a top kind of person? This should still be scaling though. 1860 by 876. So why isn't it? Gotta just be background size. Cover. Okay, cover will do the trick. So we'll do cover. We're gonna want a border radius. What I set border radius to on this? 30. 30 pixel. Can I just do 30? I think that's a bit much. That is definitely not 30. There, that's a little bit more tolerable. We are going to want on our nav box that has margin bottom of 2 VH. Okay, so we have that. we have that box. We want to make sure I go back to box. Let's see API. Basically none. So we might actually want to use a stack. And the reason for that is we could do alignment of, let's try this, stack. Like this. If we go back, there should be a stack. It is, MUI stack, okay. So what that allows us to do is if we go to it, stack here, we can do some spacing. So we'll want to have maybe 2. And that'll be the spacing between the image that we're going to be adding. Is what happened recently changing the will of Budgie moving away from GNOME gears? No, absolutely not. No, I mean the direction that GNOME is taking GDK and the GNOME product and all their changes through libadwaita, and as a result, I mean, if you think about it, libadwaita is just the evolution of libhandy in a world of GDK4. It's just a fundamentally different direction that I want to take the desktop, and we're already seeing the issues with that, where you have applications that'll be shipping on your desktop this cycle that are not going to look the part, right? One will be using Adwaita, one will be using like Plata or Materia, and then you start getting into the issues of KDE integration, right? Because the KDE folks spent a lot of time getting Qt apps to feel like GDK apps to the extent possible, and that's being all thrown out with libadwaita. So, but no, it doesn't change anything. The plan still is to go with EFL. The simple reality is that there just isn't anything else that is a mature enough solution. You know, as much as I'd like to say there's, you know, all these Rust toolkits, like I had mentioned on my website, on my blog, joshuastrobl.com. If you go to it, the latest blog post, I think is what it still is. I talk about the fact that there's a lot of aspects of stuff like Iced that just aren't ready. And when you think about toolkits like Druid, at least I want to say it's Druid. It just uses GDK3 under, like, on Linux as the underlying toolkit anyways. So we're not gaining anything. If anything, we're then being stuck with an even older stack. We've just spent a bunch of time rewriting it. So EFL is basically the option right now. So, but thanks for the question though. So, and you know, like, the GNOME folks are welcome to take GNOME the way they want. You know, they're welcome to add libhandy stuff to their applications and try. I already mentioned the reasoning on my blog post for not wanting to go Qt. So I would suggest you go to my website. So we are going to want. We don't need dividers. We are going to want. So it's going to be column. It's going to be center. And center. So let's do that. I read your blog post at the time. I was wondering.
You guys talking about Qt over there?
Yeah, somebody asked. I was like, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, not getting into that. Read my blog post. Unless, well, I don't think did I just say that to Discord, or did I just yell it out the?
You just yelled it to the void.
Oh. I'm used to my Logitech having the DPI switch and me pressing that, which is like where my where the scroll wheel would be. Basically, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna like touch that. But I mean, just like read my blog. But if you want to talk about it, you're welcome to. But
I don't really know the whole Qt license debacle. I think you described it to me back when we talked about the EFL stuff and voice chat, but I've
I did, and a lot of people disagreed with my take on it, but
I like EFL. I like the attitudes of the devs. I think I've worked with it a little bit. I don't really like the old API, but I like the new one that they're working on. I think it's a good direction to go. I think application-wise, it's a little iffy because it's not built out very much, but I think it's perfectly serviceable if you just want to make a DE out of it.
Yep, I agree.
And regardless of what you think about the Qt licensing woes, they do still exist, and the situation is a little iffy if you just want to make something out of it.
I mean, if you think about it, like, KDE shouldn't have felt the need to fork Qt 5.
Yeah.
I feel like there should have been, I mean, and they have a legal basis to do that. I just don't feel like that was a direction they should take, and I don't feel comfortable given that past hedging my bet on Qt. I mean, not to mention, I guess I'm talking about literally what I was talking about in my blog, but also just the fact that, like, I'm just not a big fan of C++, just at the end of the day. So there's that.
You and me both.
And, like, yeah, you can make the argument, oh, you could use bindings in other languages, but then you're, like, sort of separating yourself out further. And we knew how that played out with Vala and their transpiling to C. Not so great. So let's not repeat the same mistakes. So. And I'm not saying Qt is a bad toolkit. It's a great toolkit. There's a lot of really great applications. Really great. I mean, who knows? But some really great applications that are written in Qt, whether it's Qt 5 or now coming up Qt 6. But just not my thing. I mean, or take an example of what you could do with Qt and all the KDE stuff. The Maui shell looks pretty sexy, if I do say so myself.
I haven't looked at it. Let me give it a look real quick.
Like, you could definitely tell they're going for the convergence feel. But I think they might be one of the people that are, aside from some of their applications, they might actually be doing it right. So props to them. Some of their applications that scale down to mobile like look kind of ass on desktop, but I'm sure there's some refinements they'll make over time to that.
That's not bad.
I'm more confident in their abilities than some others in the ecosystem anyways.
Yeah.
Especially given, like, you don't really see a lot of complaints, or at least I haven't, when using KDE applications that happen to use Kirigami. Which is, oriented more towards mobile and using QML.js and all that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, the KDE folks understand, hey, we're also building out applications for the desktop as well. So let's give those users the powerful functionality that they need. The mobile apps look like ass on bigger screens. Oh my god, Mentor says Electron for the win.
Oh.
Sure. Electron for the win, yeah.
Big fan of having to run a whole instance of Chromium on my desktop for every application, including, like, I like Etcher, but they did not need to make a USB flash application with Electron. That's just really excessive.
Fortunately, the person says they're kidding.
Oh, good. Good. So not. Yeah, Electron's awful, and I hate it. I can be honest. Excellent.
I don't hate it. I feel like it's I how do I put this? If building cross-platform applications was more approachable, and the toolkits that were cross-platform weren't so limited to, say, GTK3, which, let's be honest, anybody that's used Inkscape under Windows knows it does not feel like an actual Windows application.
Yeah. That's one of the concerns with porting Wraithmaster over to Windows, other than my many other reasons for not doing it, is that I would probably want to do it with a Windows native GUI toolkit, because GTK3 just... Because it's just Adwaita, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks awful in comparison to what Windows has. Like, Windows has a decent style.
Yep.
I'll give them that.
Well, looks like we got a laptop, folks. Right, what is the height of this? 635. Just realized I don't have a calculator even installed. I don't want to use GNOME calculator either, because I know it's not held back. So it's gonna have all the...
Oh, it's the
Oh, Multicalc, yes.
the libhandy version. Okay, this is a question I have for you. What is the... Ebon actually might be able to answer this too. What are struts in relation to Budgie?
I have to take a look, hold on.
The reason I ask is because the panel is setting struts for itself in Budgie to the intended size -5, which I assume is for the actual size of the panel.
And this was in panel?
Yeah.
What, main.vala or?
It's in panel.vala about line 1031.
Jesus. It should be illegal to have this many lines in this file.
It really should. And that's not even, like, that's halfway through the file. The file has 17,005 lines in it.
Oh, it's setting the window manager strut in through GTK internally.
So
let me see if I could find the documentation for that.
the reason I ask is because it doesn't actually seem to do anything. Like, I set it to -12 and it just, nothing changed. So I figured asking you would probably be better than just pushing it as is.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some, I don't know, remotely modern documentation on this that also isn't Rust binding, so.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Extended window manager hints, here we go. It sets net WM struct. So this property is equivalent to net WM struct partial property where all star values are 0 and all end values are the height and width of the logical screen. So it's, let me link you. Where do you want me to link you this? Oh, you know what? I have multi-stream open. I could just drop it to you in Twitch. Yeah, oh, it's it reserves space for it. So this probably ties into making sure that windows don't overlap with it and that the window manager knows that this space is allocated. So when it's doing stuff like snapping and the like, it's properly allocated and reserved for the panel. Yeah, reserved area at each border of the screen, with an additional 8 cardinals specifying the beginning and end corresponding to each of the 4 struts.
Yeah. Okay. This should. Let me try this.
So I don't know what happened to my Firefox, but I can no longer drag tabs. Firefox, why you break?
There's a weird thing that Firefox does on my work computer where after a while it'll just stop letting you use the search bar.
Huh.
Like you can try to search and it'll enter in the correct URL, but it won't go to anything. Like it'll just stay on the about blank page. And I thought this was just an issue with the old computer I had, but they gave me a new one when I started again this winter, and it does the same thing. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Never seen it on anything else. But yeah, so all I needed to do was change the change one thing so that, because if I set it to -5, then it would reach into the panel with the sizing I have now,
right.
But now it should work. Yeah, it does. Okay. That's good then. Good thing I checked that before I pushed it. Okay, I think this is good to go.
Oh, right, I was doing calculator stuff. Okay, so this takes 72% of the height. See if this works. Okay. It's not enough. And I'm gonna want a CSS filter on the background as well, but I don't think I could do that. So I'm gonna have to darken it some other way. I mean, the easiest solution is just to modify the SVG. But okay, so we have that image. Then we want typography. So can I quickly import that? No, variant is going to be a chongus. So chongus is going to be, let's try H2 first. H2. With the text being Budgie is a luxurious, blah, blah, blah. Let's fix this. I was gonna say, please use a round number, not 72. Wait, you don't like my magic numbers? What do you got against my magic numbers? What the fuck? Okay, so this needs to be bold. Also needs to be white. So I'm gonna do SX is going to be color of, I think it's primary. We go back to theme. Light. So if I do light, oh come on. No? primary.light. Okay, so that's sorted. Let's go with typography. We need it to be bold. And I want to see if I do that through here or if I just set the font weight, you know? Wait. Okay, so we're just going to set it through font weight bold. That's pretty close. I feel like we could actually use a numerical value to get even closer. If we drop it down to 600 or 500, I actually kind of prefer that. So we're gonna use that. Is that 500? Yes. All right. There needs to be more spacing. We also need to do, I don't think we could do a CSS filter. Darken. No, it's going to be brightness. I don't even think that's, oh my God. This isn't the right way of doing it anyways, so I don't know why I'm bothering. I could do dynamic manipulation of it. What does it look like though when it's... Okay, so that's fine. Then if I scale it down, it's not scaling down like at all. Okay, it's because of this. Did you not? Full HD. If I do XL. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. This stack should be satisfied on its height. Breakpoints. All right, I guess I will have to use media query. Who made the Budgie picture? If you are talking about this in the background, that is from FreePic. Let me find out. Can I? Let me find out. I was checking if the author information has any of that. Try to open up a pop-up. It's somewhere from FreePic. It might be. Yeah, here's this. My wife has a FreePic license, so I don't have to do attribution. We have like a commercial license, so I could just use it for anything. So. And then obviously I modified it, but no. No, not made for Budgie. I mean, I cleaned it up a little bit and I like threw the budgies in here, but that's it. And then this laptop is also from FreePick, so. Why? So is this part of the stack? All right, we're gonna have to use media query. Computers. It is nice. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why I picked it. So let's pull this in. Okay. Use media query. Let us go back to this. Oh, well, good thing I'm still streaming, but what happened there? Did it just crash? It did. It literally, Firefox just crashed. Nice. Thanks, Firefox. Oh, because it wasn't the control Q either. So, all right. Well, back to playing this music again. Cool. Which means I'm gonna have to load up all that stuff again. And it's gonna probably play all of this. I have to mute all this again. There we go. Go back. Okay. And then no, don't do all that. Just I'm gonna do this the hard way. Boop, 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 boop. I hate lazy loading of this stuff. I'm not the kind of person to have like 1,000 tabs open, so it's harder for me. You know? So what was it? I was using use media query. Theme breakpoints up. Oh. Okay. So my mistake is using... Can I do this? No, because it's getting passed in the breakpoint. Am I still live even? Yeah, why is it not showing in the dashboard? The dashboard's all screwed up now, so that's cool. Okay. I don't think this is gonna work. Let's try this. Root. Don't know if I need to do that. I will do all of this. Theme. HD. And then we'll have this, right? That gonna work? Cannot find name full HD. Can I specify a number, or am I gonna have to use media query? What type is this even supposed to be? NPM. Did I pull this in? Can't use MUI responsive values. Yeah, that's the breakpoints, but if you could see, in the breakpoints defaults, XL is 1536 pixels, whereas my full HD is 1920. Because what I want to do is have more breakpoints, which is why I set in my theme here a different breakpoint value of full HD of 1920. Which is why I'm debating whether or not to do a use media query or mess around with this style. Because I think use media query is more oriented towards conditional. I mean, surely I could just do should work with custom values. Yes, it works for that exact custom value. It's not working for up though. That's the thing. I just do 1920 though. Doesn't like that either. It definitely wants like some like this. Why is it actually complaining about here? I need to close out of that. Full HD bit, just down here is what's complaining about. Okay. And then I apply it using how would I apply it? That's the next question. So I don't think it would be this. I added their TS config stuff, so it doesn't care about that. That's not the issue I'm coming up against. I don't think anyways. That's still not. Is anything above that? Should be getting this set on the stack. Yes, I know. It still compiles though, because I have their TS config, their official one. That, again, that's not the issue. It worked before with that, so. I know, I literally did that. Please stop. I did that. Thank you. I appreciate your help. It's not. I'm gonna end up using a media query anyways, I think. But even then, that's not gonna. It's the module augmentation. Like, here, I'll show you what I did. Anyways, module augmentation, material UI. I can find it. Where was it?
Hey, Josh, I noticed you have a mid-roll ad running.
I do, yeah. Add in
I
progress.
don't see it. I have a pop-up on mine that says blocking mid-roll ads. I'm sorry I'm denying you the ad revenue.
Wow. Feels bad, man.
I'm a renegade. Can't stop me.
Let's see. Okay, here it is. I mean, I'm happy to add this. Let's see. Because this is what I did. Okay, I guess to be fair, yeah, it does say at the minimum the following options enabled. So, I mean, I guess maybe I should just add this to my theme. So these are then adding those breakpoints. So I'm gonna want a full HD breakpoint. Right? Okay. Now, if I do this, yeah, it doesn't know what that is. Do I need to pull in site theme? I'm using theme provider everywhere. Let's see. Oh, quote it? Oh, right, because I guess it is just a string. I want to document this out and see what happens. No, you see, I wouldn't have needed it. So it wasn't this block. It was the fact I wasn't quoting it. I was just using it literally. But honestly, at this point, it doesn't hurt to add that. But it's nice knowing that I don't have to add that. But it does, I guess it does kind of get annoying with it being a red squiggly there, so I'll go ahead and do that. Fair enough. You got me there. I think I'm gonna have to get some whiskey. I'm gonna get some whiskey, so be right back.
Just trying.
Alright, I'm just gonna pour myself some of this whiskey and then do a little bit more coding. So. All right, got my two more due here. And I'm back.
Welcome back. Are you sure that tipsy JS development is a good idea?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the best way of doing JS development, surely.
So if you hit the Balmer peak, then you're probably good.
Yeah.
Get that site done.
Oh, this
you know
is
what?
the,
In the spirit of things, I could go grab a Smithix.
You're welcome to do that. I'm not gonna peer pressure you or anything of that sort into drinking, but if that's something you want to do, you're more than welcome to.
I did actually want to mention, so someone in my chat mentioned a bug that they've had in Raven, where they'll click on the notifications icon and it'll show that it has the applet screen selected, but it'll actually be on the notifications screen.
Okay.
And I swear I mentioned that to you on
I'm pretty sure I've seen that too, but I haven't been able to reliably reproduce it.
I haven't either.
If that could be reproduced though, like 100% we'll get that fixed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The other thing is that turns out the positioning of the panel on the right is broken, and so is the positioning of the panel on the left, because of struts and allocation of space. So I'm working on fixing that as well.
I mean, at this point, are you sure you just don't want to rewrite the panel manager while you're at it?
Do I seem like I want to rewrite 1,700 lines of code? I'm not about that right now.
I mean, does kind of seem like something you would do.
I can't really disagree with that. But it not right now. Not now, maybe later. I will
1488.
Boop. Link in chat. I'm having this person who is like they said is my entry level IT degree from a small town good enough to start contributing to Budgie? I was like, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. Like, we'd be happy to have you. And now I'm going to get back to trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with this panel positioning code. I think I've got it though. I think the issue is that it's using the intended width and height to change the position of the panel to make it not overlap the edge of the screen. Problem with that is, as we previously realized, that is not the case when the panel is on the side, because the allocated width is higher than the intended width. So it gets a little broken. So I'm fixing that right now.
What the fuck? Container, please. Boot. Max with full HD, but it's not setting. Oh, of course. Cool. Who would have thought that having the element I need to use with the theme being in the theme provider would magically make that work? Wow. Okay. Do you see this? Like the way it's Firefox is just what the hell. So what is the size of this? The DOM. So now it's 1885. So we're getting into like sort of Excel. Like I know I could be focusing on like other stuff, but it's gonna annoy me if I don't. Height. So Excel is like 15 something, so it's like this, I think, right? Sort of. I mean, I don't even know why I'm doing it this way. There's this thing called responsive design mode. Why don't I just use that? That would be smart, wouldn't it? 1536. Okay. So between Excel, I'm gonna want, I'll try 600 width of. So I guess I'm gonna want another breakpoint. Probably. And I could use percentage based. Or viewport width. Thank you. Okay. So image. Okay, that would be 70% of this. That shouldn't be 70% of the DOM. Oh, I guess it is height based on height, not width. It'd be height of this. We're not setting one. Oh, I guess if I scale it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, scaling it up that way isn't gonna help me. 1600. It's not helping either. So I'm gonna add every hour, not every 45 minutes. Way too much. It'll be 1 minute of ads. Okay. I feel like I just was running too much ads. 20. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it's gonna do anything. So it's not respecting this at all. Which begs the question if it ever was to begin with. I'm not convinced that it was. So they have an image on their roadmap. So for photo, I was using my graceful image that I implemented, which was then using image from React Image, which has a bug in it regarding component did on mount that would cause failure to load or reload images, so I can't do that, which is kind of frustrating. I could try HTML picture element. Haven't used that in like basically ever, actually, come to think of it. Cross origin decoding height in pixels. Right, so yeah, it wasn't ever doing anything anyways. So we have sizes. One or more strings separated, each with source sizes. Okay, so that's just... So I'm gonna have to use like a custom. Right? Use styled, or is it use style? So this is going to be an image that is going to have a max height of 70%. We'll try that. And then we'll do this. Use style is not a function. Use style? Oh, it's styled. Right. Styled. Okay, that should do the trick. Didn't do anything, but if we check is at least applying the CSS. Max height 70%. I did max width. Alright, so max width seems to be the trick. I'm gonna want this to be roughly half the width. Maybe. To, and this is all messed up. Oh, because it's Right. That font size is not gonna do it for me though. When we're talking about this resolution. Why is it so massive? And that is what she said. It's using REM. Okay, how about I do this? Instead of responsive design mode, full screen it, and that looks, oh, why? Oh, it's because it's using viewport width. Okay, so that's fine. That's not really fine. I guess I could add padding. Y equals 2VH. How's it look here? Bit much. But if I drop down spacing, it didn't really change anything actually. Kind of okay with this for now, but if I scale it down even more, start getting into this kind of weird territory. So I definitely want to do something where it's style here. So if we are less than XL, so if we go to our breakpoints, on our image here, I mean, I feel like typography should scale more. But we're gonna do large. I feel like this is the place where media queries would work well. I have typography here. Variant mapping. The component maps the variant prop to a range of different HTML element types, for example, subtitle to H6. If you wish to change that mapping, you can provide your own. Alternatively, you could use the component element. Oh, that's the demo. I was literally, this is their API. Okay. Well, I would like to do conditional sizing of the typography there, because this should ideally scale down. Like if we were to scale down this, right, you would want that to scale down as well. The alternative is to try something like this. For EM, which didn't help us any. And what happens if I scale this up? It's the same. Okay, so we're gonna have to use All right. Use JSON to media query to generate media query strings from a JavaScript object. Why? Why would you want to do that? Media queries are simple to write. Why would anyone want to do that? From server. Oh, I don't want to do server-side rendering on that for sure. Right. If anyone has any suggestions for what I should do here for the typography, that would be great. Because ideally I would want it to scale down, right? So do I just do something like this where we have XL font size 3EM, and then we have another breakpoint which is large, where it's like font size of 2.5 EM, 2.6, and then we have, say, medium font size 2.2 EM, like that this kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure I have a good answer for this. But if we drop this, and then go to here, this is small. It is not changing size at all. I don't. It's still using font of. I'm gonna guess it's just because we're using. If I did this. Yeah, it has no, like, it doesn't determine, like, it doesn't find that that's an actual. Okay. Right. So the issue is with the typography. It's setting a font. So if we do a variant of inherit, I might do a trick. No. Okay. So we have SX, which is all the styling. No wrap classes. I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of pointless to be using typography. Do they just have like just a normal text component that allows me to apply their styling as opposed to me having to use style? Get the feeling. Const, it's going to be hero title styled. I'm going to do a style bold, I guess. That way it'll carry over our font bits there. We'll go ahead and grab all of this, throw it there. And then here we're going to have hero title. Okay, let's see now. It's not using our color anymore. Why? Why? I don't. What if I did span instead? No. Div. No. It's just not applying that styling. Like just straight up. Well, actually, no, it has font weight. It just doesn't have any of our breakpoints. Meant to be doing this. Okay. Very interesting. I'm trying to avoid the use media query, to be honest. I really, really am. There's no rational reason for it. It just feels kind of weird. So we have options. We have default matches. We have match media. We have no server-side rendering. We have server-side rendering media. So we have our normal query, and then we have our options. So for default matches is as window.matchMedia is unavailable on the server. Okay, so that's just false. Match media, provide your own implementation. This could be used for handling iframe. Don't care about that. I just wish they had conditional setting based on well, they have this. They have SSR media. MUI use media. I don't want any of that. Okay, let's take a look here. Because I feel like this is what the MD, so medium, the large, and the XL, like what this should accomplish. It just isn't. And it's kind of frustrating me. What are these transitions? Is it okay? It's literally like animations. All right, don't need that. Let's see, material. Let's just Google material UI typography conditional variant with different variants. Let's see. No, I don't want to do overrides. This changes the root and this applies a completely different theme. I don't want to do that. It's not. Let's see. Media query variant. Yeah. Wait, what's this? Make styles? What? Make styles from Material UI core. Root. Okay, and then we have classes and classes root from uStyles. So whenever the screen size is alright, so you have SM, it sets it to red. Whenever it's medium, it sets it to green. Whenever it's large, it sets to orange, XL, cyan. And that's a constant. Okay, let's take a look at make styles, because this might be what we want. Why? Honestly, why? Why would I ever want to double click something like this and want to tweet about it? About this? Why can't I just make styles? Christ. Okay, so we're gonna do something. So we are gonna have const. We're gonna have our. So we need to pull in, assuming it's not deprecated, which it does not look like it is. However, I don't think I have MUI styles. So let's go ahead and do an npm install on MUI styles, just to be sure. MUI styles from @MUI styles. Okay. And if I do have it, well, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. So we're gonna have our hero title, which is going to be actually a make styles, which is going to be a function that takes in this object. This object is going to have our base values, right? What we're gonna do is have a hero title class. And within this hero title class, we get all of our goodies in theory, at least according to this document, where we have, you know, MD, large, XL, so on and so forth. So what we can have is this, and then we apply it on, I guess a B tag? Question mark? Oh no, I guess it can't just be a div. Div class name is equal to, we're gonna want to const classes equals use styles. I don't think we're pulling in use styles though. I feel like it's gonna yell at us about that. But then that's pulling it from Material UI core. How old is this article? February 2021. It's not that out of date. Can I do a fix on this? Is it from Material? Let's see. Let's find out. Where is that from? Oh, it returns a hook. Okay. This hook is often referred to as use styles. Right, but you're just pulling it in through const app as just a function. Oh, it's because right. I get it. So this would be hero title style, and then we would have our div class name is equal to hero title style, and that should be hero title. Maybe that'll work. We need to fix that. Div npm run on develop. It has no idea what the hell that is, which is fair enough, to be honest, because it should actually be classes. Okay, so now if we go back over to here, it hasn't changed. Oh, it's still building. Okay, I forgot Webpack takes an eternity, which is exactly why you should use Vite and ESBuild. However, because I'm using the Gatsby stuff, it you know, it uses Webpack evidently. Okay, so if we refresh, cross fingers. Oh, come on. All I want is conditional font sizes. Why does this have to be so hard? So how's it going, Cerebit?
So I pushed the changes. I decided not to investigate the strut thing because I couldn't figure out a good way to set the strut size based on the actual size without messing up the panel window management.
Right.
So now I'm working on scalable icons.
It sounds so much better than what I'm trying to do. And guess what I'm trying to do?
What are you trying to do?
Scalable font sizes. So, so based on what the current dimensions of the window is, it would change the font size of a header, which it turns out is a royal pain in the ass to do. Who would have thought?
So my site actually does that. My homepage.
So what I'm trying to avoid is their use media query stuff and a bunch of like conditional checking by making a quote unquote style. Oh my god, Hero Dev coming in with a raid for 37. Thank you.
Whoa.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. I am struggling with actually, you know what? Let me link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link a multi-stream to them, but it's just going to be of you and I.
Might as well edit my multi-stream.
Because Mr. Ike already went off. Thank you for that raid. Much appreciated. If you're wondering who the hell I'm talking to on the other side of things, I just posted there. So, and evidently it seems like my dashboard is not working. So, let me go back into my dashboard. Ever since Firefox crashed, it's been a royal pain in the butt. So, yeah. But thank you for that raid. That's much appreciated, bud. And no problem. From C to JavaScript. Yes, exactly. Yes. So for some context, what I'm working on is so long story short, because I'm sure you've had a long stream and a long day. I certainly hope it went well. So, you know, I used to work on Solus, which is it's a desktop-focused Linux operating system. I used to work on it as the experience lead, and one of the many things I did was work on Budgie, which is a desktop environment. I resigned on January 1st due to various issues in the Solus project that I didn't feel comfortable staying around in. So I resigned. However, I decided to pick up the mantle with Budgie and continue on with Budgie development, open that up to the community, and so on and so forth. So I created a new GitHub organization for that. And right now what I'm trying to do is we already did all of the work. In fact, Cerebit, who is streaming with me, he's actually working on it right now. So if I go to Buddies of Budgie, you can see we forked it. We have forked a bunch of stuff that we've worked on or stuff that I've created like Budgie Desktop View, and he's been going to town fixing stuff up in Budgie. And what I've been doing is polishing our public image because we don't have a website. So what I have started doing is transforming a mock-up that I made in Figma to a website that is built using GatsbyJS and React and Material UI and all that sort of stuff. And it's not been fun. I mean, it's been okay, but I've been struggling with, of all things, the scalable font sizes for typography things. So you can see this is quite small. It wasn't always this way. However, what I've been trying to do is make a style, and this style would dynamically change the font size based on the media query. It's just not working. It's just not working at all. I don't think this is gonna do anything, but I'm gonna go ahead and do this anyways. So, yeah. Hope your stream went well. My Twitch dashboard has been all sorts messed up, so. One day I'll have to make a website. Such a nightmare I wish to avoid. Oh, and it also doesn't help. I started drinking whiskey when working on this because, I mean, let's be honest. When you're working with TypeScript and JavaScript, you need whiskey, right? It's the perfect pairing. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a website for Budgie has been sorely needed for a very long time. In fact, as Sarabit can attest to, and I'll actually open up Discord so he can attest to this fact, is the fact that a Budgie desktop website has been sorely needed for a long time, including basic documentation like how do I make a widget for Budgie or an applet, or what are the shortcuts for it. So diving into all that, as well as providing information for downstreams like Ubuntu Budgie, Manjaro Budgie, EndeavourOS, and so on and so forth, on, at least in our opinion, what would be the ideal way of packaging Budgie. That'll all be on the documentation website, as well as information on how to actually get Budgie, whether that's through Arch, because I'm using EndeavourOS, and Sarabit actually switched one of his machines over as well. Yeah, the old Budgie website was a thing. Once upon a time, I want to say like 2016 or 2017, and then it might have been up until 2018 when Ike resigned, is a polite way of saying he left without telling anybody, and I didn't have access to the domain, and I couldn't buy it out fast enough, and then a bot bought it out, so the website was basically gone. Fortunately, the actual website exists, but at this point, using something like Hugo is kind of out of the question because, well, anyways. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, sorry, but I showed them all the stuff you're doing on the Budgie side of things. Looking at the GitHub, so ditched.
The issue that I'm seeing right now is that I don't think most are going to provide scalable icons. So I'm not sure if we want to. I would like to use SVGs if possible, but I think most probably only have PNGs, so we'd have to look at actually dynamically scaling them.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, and my idea for that was we would get the next step higher if available, and then downscale. Fortunately, the GDK icon stuff does a pretty good job at handling that, but there might be a little bit more legwork involved for for scaling the pix buffs. It's certainly hell of a lot easier in GDK4. I will admit that the changes they made towards image and icon scaling in GDK4, just by like it's the size of the GDK image container, is like so much better, so much better than the way it is in GTK3. But you know,
too bad everything else about GTK4 exists.
Yeah, it's too bad that they didn't invest like another year of development and put a lot of the libadwaita stuff / libhandy stuff, except for forcing adwaita, into GDK4. But this is a rant I will always have for years and years and years, probably into the GDK5 and GDK6 days, because it's going to get even worse from then. So, yeah.
Sadly, yeah.
All right, so we have hero title, which is just the CSS class name. Yeah, Joey says ditched as the verb for Ike departing, which is I mean it's apt. He certainly could have done better. I mean, this is what's frustrating me, and I don't want to air any dirty laundry when it comes to everything that was said in a particular channel for Souls. Okay? But it got to the point where even Ike felt he needed to get involved and say something. And that's saying a lot, given he really said basically nothing for 3 years.
Yep.
So that should tell you how serious things got, okay? At that point. To the point where he felt he had to step in. And well, not even step in, express his opinion on things and really set the record straight. And I'm not going to say what that... Let's see. Josh makes responsive websites. Also, Josh, oh my fucking god, libhandy responsive applications. Yes, because at least I know how to make a website that'll scale properly to mobile and not compromise on the functionality for the desktop as well. So, you know. And as you can see, it's not like it's fucking going well for me, is it? Right? Like, if you take a look, me trying to do something basic, like, I don't know, scaling the font size dynamically based on the current media query on fixed breakpoints in Material UI ain't going so great. So...
Yeah, I'll admit that's a lot easier when you're doing everything in vanilla CSS, because I think it only took me like a media query and a calc. Like
I'm basically
calc
at that breaking point of just using media queries, yeah.
I mean, it's easy. Once you figure out the math, it's easy enough.
Ike was something of a myth, legend in my eyes, coming to Souls. Yeah, so Tyler says Ike was something of a myth / legend in my eyes, coming to Souls after he left. Watching his recent streams was so surreal to see him come back after hearing the stories. Well, it's, to be fair, he was always around. Not in the Souls community, of course, but like doing Serpent OS stuff. But yeah, I guess for a lot of people that came into the world of Souls, some of those people just never knew Ike. Which is...
I never spoke to him. I started participating in like IRC after he left.
So, yeah. It's safe to say, and the final thing I guess I'll say on that matter is, I wish he had expressed what he had expressed last year, technically speaking, you know, at the end, in December.
Yeah. I
wish he had expressed that back in 2018. Because we would be in a completely different situation now. But, you know, shit happens. So
it happens.
If you're wondering what he said, well, who knows? That'll probably forever be a myth as well. So.
Yep.
Because I'm sure as shit not gonna share any of that. Nobody. Neither. I mean, it's not even side. Nobody. None of the parties involved deserve that. It's just. Yeah. Alright, so it's setting the font weight, but it's not doing this. I was just surprised. God, I knew I said that was the last thing. I'm just surprised that his opinion that he expressed wasn't given more weight. That's the one thing
it was basically just like, well, one person didn't really help, but it was just kind of thrown aside like, well, you were gone, so
yeah,
what you said doesn't count.
yeah.
Which I get, but given that it aligned with what we were talking about, it's
Well, I mean, and the thing is, it's not even like him agreeing or disagreeing with our point of view. To me, he could have stepped in and said something completely different, and I at least would have respected that. But
yeah.
Anyways, Mr. Yazzer says you should drink more. Wink, wink. Oh, I know. It's gonna get me in trouble. But seriously though, I do wish everybody on the Souls project well, right? Like I don't have any misgivings, okay? Like it's just things happen and you decide to step away. I mean, then that's that. Like I think everybody there deserves good health and happiness, and yeah, I wish the project success. And that's that. So I mean, obviously, like I don't think I would go out of my way. Humans are impulsive by nature. Nike is only impulsive. Is only human. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I would go through the efforts I have tried to go through so far, and that I will continue to go through or try to go through, to try to make the transition for people as easy as possible. Because I guarantee you, there are people out there that are using Souls that haven't even noticed a thing. And I want to keep it that way. So, because I mean, Beatrice, so the current lead of Souls, and I, like, we lived through that in 2018. That shit sucked. I remember staying up until 4 a.m. working on stuff. I remember the long conversations with Google or OVH or Daddy Server or Fastly or a bunch of different vendors to try to scramble to sort things out. And nobody wants a repeat of that situation. And I still exist, right? Like I'm here. I'm talking to people that still use Solus and all that. And I'm telling people if they still use Solus, continue to use Solus. The sky isn't falling. Everything's like, things will continue. Don't worry. There's still good people that work on it. It's just where I am in my life and what I value and prioritize and want to see happen just isn't the same thing that others want to see happen. And it's as simple as that. So, and that's okay. If B and the remaining team decide to pull the plug though, I would be legitimately sad. Remember Integros OS? It was a similar situation. The manpower just wasn't worth it in the end to those involved. Yeah. And obviously I hope that there's a bunch of people that step up to, I guess, in a way, fill that void. You know, as much as I've seen the Reddit comments about people claiming I didn't do anything for 2 months, which I found quite interesting to learn that I did nothing for all those hours that I put in. But you know, what do I know, being the very individual that was involved in that? But there's still a lot of people there that are highly technical, that are perfectly capable of implementing good technical solutions to problems that exist in the Linux ecosystem, and obviously problems that pertain to Solus. And I think unless you personally feel otherwise or see indications otherwise or anything of that sort, I don't really see a reason why you should stop using it. For me, my decision to stop using Solus was more me needing to emotionally divest myself from Solus at that point. right? That was me being like, okay, it's been almost 7 years. It's time just to chill for a bit, let somebody else do the package updates. I did a grep, and my name is listed on 513 maintainers.md files. So these are individual packages. Now, not all those I'm the sole maintainer of, but 513, right? Like, it's a lot of work. So, yeah. Gur says, I hate the third-party ad. I still don't know what you mean by the ad. Why does it not display it on Cerebit stream? I mean, I have an ads manager that runs, but the ad isn't going to be starting for another 40 minutes. But ads might run less on his stream. Actually, let me ask. Sarah Baker was asking about ads. Are you an affiliate or?
I am not an affiliate.
Okay.
I was an affiliate, but once I stopped streaming, I rejected my affiliate status.
Gotcha.
So I'm not an affiliate anymore.
Yeah, he's just complaining about ads on my stream. It's just like my next ad isn't for another 40 minutes, so it might just be because I'm an affiliate. So
it does, yeah. Sometimes it just throws ads up. Gert, if you want a totally legitimate way to not see ads, hit me up. I might be able to help you out.
But if you also want to harmlessly provide me a few extra pennies by me just sitting here working on stuff and talking, you could also do that. But I really won't be bothered if you like block ads. I don't care. Honestly, half the times I wish I could easily do that as well, because 90% of the ads I get are like for services I'll never use, in languages I don't speak or don't speak fluidly.
As soon as you turn off ad personalization, that's all you get.
Yep. Well, and then when I turn on ad personalization, what I get is like the same 3 ads for stuff I already have owned for like years, over and over and over again. So, like, I just can't win.
I honestly, at this point, I hate ads more than anything.
Yep.
There's a reason that I don't really watch sports. It's because, or TV in general, actually. It's because it's all ads. It's all stuff I don't care. It's all cars and medicine, and I don't.
Well, I mean, yes, especially in the US. I will say I have not seen a single ad for a single, well, except for like anti-allergy meds. But you don't get those late night ads for like Viagra and that kind of shit here. Like, it's completely different. It's wild.
Yeah, our advertisements are a little excessive, and also stuff that probably shouldn't be advertised as products for consumption on TV.
Gert did make the good point to me that he says, hey, I spent you a whiskey, which I would assume is he donated me the money to get whiskey at some point, which, I mean, yeah, fair. The mentor says, I'm quite happy I no longer live in the US. Yeah, you and me both.
If I were to move somewhere other than the US, I'd probably move to Ireland, but I'm reserving that for if this country goes to shit more than it already has.
I was gonna say, hold on, if?
We'll see. We'll see how things shake out.
No. Nah, I hear you there. Wait, so I can use this just up here. Oh my god. Hero banner. This is annoying stuff. Oh, okay.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's due to ad blockers attempting unsuccessfully to block things, or from the stream not playing on twitch.tv. I can help you with that, I think. Let me find Do I have an extension for that specifically? No, I think you set it in uBlock origin.
The worst part of the U.S. is the health system and the lack of basic worker rights. IMO. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get too much into politics, but I would say that those would be the two major things with me. I would say it would be worker rights, fair wages, right, and the health system. Tyler says I lived in Cyprus from 2009 to 2012. I left my friend's hairline there too. Oh no, not the hairline.
Yeah, here we go. So there's actually a GitHub page that has a list of. I'll post this in my stream chat because I'm not logged in on the multi-stream. But there's a GitHub repository with a README that lists a bunch of different solutions for blocking Twitch ads, which include that.
Nice.
I'll post it in my chat. So, oh right, hang on. Where's my?
Well, if only there was a Gertie McGurty face that used Matrix, as I remember him once doing for a short while, and he was around in other channels where he could potentially also get those links, but you know.
Yeah, that would have been convenient for him.
Gert says still have it when it comes to okay. So this is laptop, but I have too many messengers, gonna go insane. Yeah, I could kind of see that. Yeah.
I think the jump is just 2.
I'm trying to refactor some of this. So this needs to be this, right? Hero styles, and then oh no, this actually needs to be hero classes dot that, and then this needs to be hero style, right? Maybe.
Okay, I think I'm done for today. I can feel my brain ceasing to work correctly.
Fair enough. Honestly, I was planning on only streaming for about 6 hours as well, and I've technically passed that, but I just want to get a little bit more done. You know?
Feel free. Yeah, feel free to keep going. But I am going to head off.
All right. Well, thanks for all your work today. It's certainly appreciated. I know that some of the items that you wanted to get done obviously weren't addressed, but I know you really got into the weeds with a lot of it. So, especially into code that probably a lot of us haven't touched in years. So,
which is, I mean, that's at this point that's become my thing. I just kind of do that.
Yeah, so, like with Carbon Tray, the system tray, that you did that as well. So, yeah,
I'll get it. I'll figure it out. I will eventually.
Well, if there's anybody that'll do it, it'll be you. So,
all right. Thanks for having me on this Hackfest. Hopefully, we can do it again at some point.
Yeah, hopefully.
I will talk to you later.
Yep. See you, bud. All right. Yeah. Is that you in the channel photo? I'm not sure what you mean by the channel photo, bud. If you're talking about the guy with sunglasses, what are the other guys? That was Cerebit. I will go ahead and type twitch.tv/Cerebit. So there you go. Go ahead and give him a follow, give him some love. I know he probably just went offline, but he's a pretty smart guy, and you know, he knows his shit when it. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, that's me. That was a photo I took in Spain a few years back, when the wife and I went to visit. So. Desumba says, yeah, just moved to Finland. Yeah, exactly. All right, so what is going on here? Why is it freaking out? So we have class names, we have hero styles, right? Which is our classes here. Oh, you know what? It might not like No, it should. It should be fun with this. With the hero title. I don't... Alright, what's going on here? Theme, any. I guess we're not really pulling in theme anywhere. If Cerebit had some Budgie reference in his title, I would have found him. Yeah, I don't remember what his stream title was. Let me see. Yeah, I guess his was just Hackfest with Josh Strobl and Nike, which is fair enough. I'll teach him. No worries. I'll teach him the ways of good stream titles and all of that. So that Cerebit stream was so crazy to watch. Seeing little things I've experienced with Budgie over the years get addressed in real time. Seems like a good dude. Yeah, he really is. Yeah, we've been really trying to kick some ass with Budgie. Yeah, I'll fire it up. You know, like there's a lot of issues that are filed for stuff that we're going to be addressing in the 10 series. But you know, he did extract shadow size to a constant. So he set that so we don't have this magic number everywhere. It's just size. So we have make panel size setting reflect actual. So we have 34 because he adjusted the size, right? Because we have this intended size -5, which is the size of the shadow. So we adjusted it, which might result in some people getting a different size panel, but it'll be a correct one. So Foss Freedom landed this, which was calculated in volume steps correctly, which is great. So I'm actually really glad to see he landed that. That was a pull request. So for those that don't know, Foss Freedom is, I want to say he's the lead of Ubuntu Budgie. So he knows his stuff. He's been doing great work on that. Julian, I want to say that's NHV or Skion or whatever. Like he goes by like 40 different things. He implemented a fix to fix a crash. I did some exclusion stuff. We got some reverts that are Ubuntu Budgie specific. Like we got a ton of stuff. We got even more stuff here. We got simplified translations, window grouping stuff from Julien. So actually it might be NHV. It might be confusing the two, but lots of goodies. So we got all of that. And so for those who aren't aware, you know, if you use Solus, I should say almost every operating system that I know of that ships with Budgie uses also GNOME Control Center because we leverage the GNOME stack, right? However, they made changes to GNOME Control Center to reflect changes they made in their G schema, which is like their settings. You can think of it that way. It's like the key value store for settings, and that's backed by dconf. So they made some changes to that for their workspaces, but of course, because we don't have that functionality in Budgie, or those keys rather, it causes some seg faults in GNOME Control Center. Those are patched in Solus because I personally patched those. However, in other operating systems, they don't use those patches to make sure that GNOME Control Center plays nicely with Budgie. So that does result in seg faults when you're trying to access certain parts of the settings. And of course, because GNOME Control Center remembers the panel that you left off at, when you open it again, what'll end up happening is it'll always try to open that, and it'll fail. And you're basically never going to be able to open settings again after that, unless you do some manual work or you install GNOME Shell to just have that schema. So with that, amongst other changes, what we decided to do for the Budgie 10 series is to fork GNOME Control Center. So I did that. I did some initial removal of old legacy code, as well as those issues that I highlighted as it pertains to GNOME Shell. And so I did that over here, and we've had Cerebit and Foss Freedom go through, as you could see, like crazy, and polish up Budgie Control Center, and Cerebit even added a mouse acceleration setting. So we have a lot of good stuff coming, and we're gonna obviously tag this alongside Budgie Desktop when we do that. So that should be the preferred control center for the Budgie 10 series going forward. So there's all that. I personally fixed a bug in Budgie Desktop settings, or Budgie Desktop view, for launching some apps. Then of course right now I'm working on the website, or at least I'm trying to. If of course it would actually, no code frame could be generated. Where is it having that problem? That's what I want to know. Because we have this hero styles, which is this, right? Is it because we're trying to pull in theme? When I think it might be. I think we need to pull in our style. I think I have it in index. I need to learn how to stream. I want to do PowerShell on Linux streams. I mean, I would prefer to use Bash and CSH or basically anything except PowerShell. But obviously Microsoft is trying to make some strides with porting over a lot of that functionality, mostly because of WSL, to be fair, to Linux. So technically you could use it. I personally wouldn't though, but hey, I don't have control. Whoa, who's here? Hey, Cerebit. I use PWSH as my default shell. Is that PowerShell? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to do as much as I can in terms of the site at the moment, but I'm just being a real ball egg. I'll tell you that much. Will this work now? Okay. This still isn't applying any of my font weights. I look forward to when Budgie can be installed without also effectively installing the full GNOME DE behind it. Yep. That was my experience with ArchBudgie. In fact, ArchWiki tells you to install GNOME first. You don't need to install all of GNOME first. There are a fair few components you need to install. But that's actually mostly, at least it's handled mostly with EndeavourOS. Oh, it is wanting to use an object. Not quite what I wanted to do. Let me do a console log here. Oh, console log, thank you. Classes dot hero title, right? Theme is undefined. Okay, so here we are. We have an object that contains all of our attributes. So if I did sx is equal to classes.hero title, would that work? No. Style. Oh, why? Why material UI? God. I'm gonna have to use the media queries. I was trying to avoid it. I'm just gonna have to do it. I haven't figured out a better way. So let's just Control Z all the way back. Have a good system for it. Yeah, it's just the material UI derpage is all. So for this, what we're gonna want, nuke this. Go back even more actually. So for this, what we're going to want to do is, oh yeah, is it gonna regenerate? on resolution change. Steps you could use one media query that activates below. Yeah, and it scales the font based on that window with seamlessly. Oh. Yeah, I mean for me it's just a matter of different steps, but if you have something to share with me there, then I'd be happy to take a look. At this point, I'll try anything. Also, my things that are supposed to hook onto my ear fell off, so I need to rub my eyes. Oh. I woke up at like 6 in the morning. And I took like an hour nap, so I'm starting to feel it, especially with the whiskey. So I might have to fart around with it a bit more. I was really hoping to get more work done today with it, but to be fair, I also went ahead and finished up some of that mock-up stuff. So I'll send it an element. Okay, cool. I might end up calling it here, actually, come to think of it. I know I haven't really gotten a lot done. But if I was to just quickly... Oh, did that break too? Fucking come on. Seriously? Can you not? There we go. Okay, let's pretend this is how it's supposed to be perfectly. All right, so we're gonna do font. We're gonna do color of light. So yeah, it's pulling in an object. So it's treating the object a bit literally. If I did, actually, you know what? Come to think of it, if I did it like hero title. What if I did this? No. Okay. I'm just gonna do font size of like 3 rem. This is technically what it could look like if it wasn't super borked, which isn't much compared to what my goal was. Though to be fair, if you look, we have the main structure of the page done with the container, with the max width set. We have our top panel done, right, with our about and docs and Budgie stuff linked. Does it go anywhere yet? But it will. And then we have our hero banner. I would have been able to get a lot more done if I wasn't so focused on responsive design. Why is a hero called a hero in the context of web dev? I think it's just, well, if you look, hero. I mean, I guess it's because it's like the most. That's a good question, actually. I can't say I've thought about it too much. Let's look it up though together, shall we? I don't want hero image. Where did it come from? It keeps bothering for no reason. Let's see, optimize like. I mean, I know what a hero image is. I don't need. Origin, maybe? Aha. The term hero was first used in the world of theater, and it was the prop. It's usually called the hero prop. That's more detailed than usual because it is meant to be seen or viewed in close range. One good example of a hero prop is the DeLorean time machine from the film franchise Back to the Future. Well, there we go. I didn't know it was from theater. That kind of makes sense now that I've heard of it. So it's the main thing in your face that has the most detail, the most effort put into it, which is kind of true for the mock-up. And no, I don't think I need any assistance. I was able to find the information I was looking for. So there's that. Maybe you could not pop up with an automatic digital marking thing. I would definitely not like a free consultation. I would in fact like you to F off. Thank you very much. That was extremely obnoxious. And just blasted their phone number across the web. So there's that too. So good job. Most people never would have noticed that if it wasn't for the large pop-up there. So yeah. Didn't get as much done as I'd hoped. Happens. I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow besides like an appointment. Maybe I'll stream some more. We'll see. But I want to thank you all for watching. And I will see you all next time. Hopefully not 3 months from now. Because that was when the last time I streamed was. And before that I had streamed. I hadn't streamed in a while either. But I had decided to stream me eating a Carolina Reaper. So that was the thing. I have some in the corner. I'm not going to show them because they look a little gnarly, but I'm intentionally like dehydrating them. So I'll have some more seeds for them. But anyways, yeah. So thank you for tuning in, for chit-chatting, asking questions. I know that I was intentionally vague about some. That's intentional. So the space between the dock and looks uneven to me. Well, it's because it is uneven. I'll have you know. I think it's a difference of 2 VW versus 1 VW. But that's gonna be it for today. That's a refinement we'll have to make later on. And thank you again to Sarabit for obviously doing all the work that you've done and joining in terms of the Hackfest, and obviously to Ike for doing the same. It was nice to do that. You know, there hasn't been. I mean, Sarabit and I have never had a Hackfest together before, so that was nice. And then Ike, despite all the technical problems, I mean, that was the first Hackfest since like 2017 that him and I did. So that was pretty special. Overall, it was pretty special. I mean, we got to see Ermo. I mean, on my stream you didn't get to see him, but on Ike's you did. So if that shows up on the Serpent to West channel, be sure to take a look. For those that don't know, Ermo was a former global maintainer for Solus. So it was the first time I saw the guy, so that was kind of cool. In this tiny little like window that was within Ike's own stream, that was within a smaller window, so that was kind of funny. Yeah, so that's gonna be it. Thank you for joining, and I certainly look forward to working more on the Budgie website. It's been long overdue. We've really needed one, and we're gonna get there. So I guess I'll be around more often. Really want to see the emergence of Budgie application toolkit. I'm not gonna say it'll be Budgie 11, but we might. Sarabit and I might have to do something for Budgie 12 to spinning, depending on what the state of EFL is at that point. We'll see. No commitments, but there is that. So I want to thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. So goodbye.